Test, test. Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting session in 2 minutes. So if you could take your seats and please come to the front, if possible. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this side event on advancing the water-land nexus for climate resilient landscapes and livelihoods. And we're very pleased that this discussion is happening at UNCCD COP17 under the broader theme of restoring land, restoring hope. And this theme is very relevant to today's discussion because we cannot think of water and land in isolation. We should be thinking of them together because they have quite a bit of interaction. And that's what we mean when we say water-land nexus, because when water is mismanaged, the land suffers. And the same way, when land is degraded, water security also declines. And we can say a lot about how that happens. For example, degraded soils would reduce infiltration, groundwater recharge, and poorly managed irrigation would impact waterlogging and salinity, etc. So the central message of today's session is simple. Restoration must be water aware and water management must be land aware, because we cannot restore landscapes successfully if we ignore water availability. And the same way, we cannot necessarily strengthen water security if the soil health is not up to par. So let me just very quickly explain today's session. So over the next 1 hour, a little bit less, we will be exploring these issues through evidence from various countries. We will be beginning with an opening remark and followed with two evidence inputs from IVMI and ICRISAT, focusing on water security, land restoration, and then we will move into a high-level panel discussion, at the end of which you will have a chance to also ask your questions. And towards the end, we hope that we will be able to identify entry points for action. How can we better monitor, use early warning, stronger water allocation and governance, etc. So with that, let me thank our organizers, speakers, panelists, and all of you for joining us. And I now invite us to begin the session. And for the opening remarks, I invite Dr. Kargele Masso, the principal scientist from ILRI. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the floor. This is an excellent opportunity to talk about water. You just said it well. So welcome everyone for joining us today for this discussion. The theme is clear. We talk about restoring land, restoring hope. And this is very instrumental. We have to understand that water and restoration goes beyond the environmental imperative. It's about food security, it's about livelihoods, it's about the resilience of the communities facing droughts, land degradation, and the climate uncertainty. Land aware, as you said it very well, land aware governance is increasingly urgent because water scarcity and land degradation are mutually reinforcing. And this is very critical. You said it, degradation of land affects infiltration, water storage, groundwater recharge, and of course, as a consequence, you have increasing runoff, you have a floods risk, and so on. So if we don't do the management of water properly, then it also affects. You talked about salinity, the vegetation loss, but also the soil degradation itself. So integrated decision-making is very essential. Restoration efforts must account for water availability, quality, and hydrological limits. Similarly, decision of allocation, storage, irrigation, groundwater management, and drought preparedness must reflect, you said soil health, but land cover, ecosystem functions, and upstream and downstream interdependencies. We need to keep those in mind. The good news is solutions exist. We just need to understand how to apply it. We have water counting, we have remote sensing, we have early warning systems, we have soil and water conservation, salinity management, integrated storage, and climate smart. Dry agriculture can support more informed decisions. So we have the solutions. Why are we not taking them up? And what can we do to make sure that we generate the impact we need so that we get at a certain level? So this session is very important. So we'll be using concrete examples. It's not the theory, but concrete examples. We can have cases from Pakistan, from India, but also from Africa, like Ethiopia and Kenya. So let us really hear about the different ways that we can take to make things work. So you said it, the message is clear. Water scarcity and water security and restoration must advance together. If we take water management with land in mind, and we do restoration with water in mind, then we can safeguard the livelihoods, the food security, and the hope of the communities who depends on those lands. Simply, let us have a very productive discussion, enjoy ourselves, try to share experiences, and see how we move together from Ulaanbaatar. Thanks again, and back to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Kargele. So with that, very nice remarks. Let me invite our first presenter, Dr. Muhsin Hafiz. He's a Strategic Program Director, Water, Food, and Ecosystems at the International Water Management Institute. And he will be talking about water security as the foundation for climate resilient landscapes and livelihoods with some evidence from various countries. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Bunyad, for introducing. So let's see that. Okay, so thank you. I will be straight going on the session, particularly the presentation. Kargile has elaborated very well, but we are looking around that one when we are talking about the water climate resilient landscape and livelihood. So water is the connector. Water security is one of the enabling factor if you want to improve that one, the landscape and the livelihood. And that's where I will be giving some examples, setting up first the framework globally, and then talking it about that one, giving some examples from Pakistan, Tanzania, and then from multifunction landscape, what we are doing a work in Kenya, and highlighting on those one. Okay, so this is a study which was done back in 1995, and that was showing it that the indication, especially the water used for agriculture. And you see in 1995, there was a few countries which were showing the water scarcity in terms of water withdrawal and water availability. And that time it was predicting in 2025 what will happen. And you see more Asia, more part of the Africa is that now 2025 passed. It's still that one where we are in terms of water scarcity and everything. Now, the many studies are predicting and that one by 2030, the global freshwater withdrawal will be predicted to exceed the supply by 40%. What that means, the agriculture sector who's using globally around 70% of water, that much water will not be available because it's competing with the water for other sectors. And in the developing countries where CG is working, 90% of water is fresh water used for agriculture. And that much water will not be available to provide to meet the food security, to meet the growing population demand and everything, because water will be used for other sectors. So what that means, if we look around from that one, the current and future climate risk for agriculture, this is the work done by GCF, and that's showing it another very complicated example. Within a country, we are facing so many challenges from climate. Some country we are facing the drought, somewhere we are facing floods, some we are facing the climate variability, some the growing season reduction is happening, and then there is a temperature is changing, and that makes the thing, the agriculture system, the food security target, which we want to achieve it, water scarcity there, but these are the external challenges also from a climate challenge, and that makes the mission very impossible. And that's where the CG team is working, how to achieve on those things and what we can do in order to do that one. On the top of that one, when we are looking around the global drought risk index as a part of that one, again, in the last year, the study is indicating many of the countries which are facing that one, the water scarcity. On the top of that one, there is a global drought risk. And you see most of the countries where CG is working, it's facing on that one, the medium drought, whether we are talking about that one, the Mali, Senegal, Ghana, or whether we are talking it about the East Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, or whether we are talking about South Asia. And that makes the thing much more complicated. On the top of that one, when we are talking about water and land nexus, we need to think about the hydrological cycle, because the water security is primarily dependent on availability, quality, access, and stability. And in terms of availability, it's important to know on that one, how you are doing, how much surface water available, how much is the groundwater available and everything. Water is primarily looking around used for the hydropower generation. Water is also using it for the drinking purposes, but water is primarily also using for food preparation, food security, where it's 70% of water used by making around, and also from that one, the food processing. But it's a two-way process. Water is being used in the agriculture production. It comes back and it's used for the economic development and all those sort of the things which we need to look around. So it's just, we cannot work in isolation. We need to look around the water, energy, food, environment nexus in that kind of context to make sure that when we are using the water, especially how the next aspect is coming. And important is on that one, we need to look also around that one, the economies and everything, and how are that's impacted on the ecosystem and biodiversity, which is the focus of this UNCCD, and see how we are able to work it around that one, looking around the whole picture as a part of that one. When we go for water security is primarily dependent on accessibility. First is on availability, which we look around that one, how much water is available for the domestic agriculture, industrial, and environmental need. How much is the accessibility, whether that water is available. Then is it quality aspect is coming, and also about that one, the resilience, which is coming about that one, protection from water related risk, and especially flood, drought, and pollution. And also looking around at that one, make sure sustainability is there, and all is a part of that one. For any landscape, this is a part of the quite critical thing, and how we could achieve on that one. So we're looking around that one, the big pictures, integrated water and landscape management approaches. That's important is around that one. We need to look on the enabling environment, which is talking it on that one, about policies, laws, and everything. On one hand side, we are talking about that one, the operating mechanism, water, energy, food, environment nexus, which is very important when we are looking around the big water security perspective. Also, we need to look around the corporate water stewardship, and then the conjective water management, surface water and groundwater and rainwater, how that's being used as a part of that one. On the other hand side, we need to look around the basin management approaches, and also looking how that's combining with the drought management, and also looking around the whole system level source to sea. As a part of that one, so we need to look around how these things are working from a living landscape to the river basin, to the country level, to the transboundary level, and how these things are working it together as a part of that one. And for that needs an investment and financing mechanism is important if you want to achieve that in water security for the living landscape, and what are the different approaches as a part of that one. So now I will be giving some example for starting with the climate smart agriculture, which everyone knows here as a part of that one, where we are looking around three pillars. Adaptation, where how we could enhance the resilience to climate variability and extreme at the landscape level. Mitigation, reducing or removing greenhouse gas emission and productivity, agriculture output and income as a part of that one. Looking around that one, again, that one, the practices varies within that one quite broader. We need to go for the weather smart, which is a part of the agro advisory service, which we are looking it around, and also the land smart. So what are the weather insurance? What are the climate analogies, maladaptation and everything? When we go on the water smart, it's about the aquifer recharge, introduction of nature-based solution, on-farm water management practices and everything. For seed and breed smart also as a part of that one, how that's linking with the adapted variety, which are the drought resilient varieties, and the breeding and seed banks and everything, and going to the carbon and nutrient smart, where we are looking on minimum tillage, zero tillage, livestock management and everything, and finally looking around that one, the institutional market smart as a part of that one, how we could reduce the risk. All that's important if you want to look around that one. That's working and we improving. We want to improve the productivity, but first we need to look around the mitigation, then the resilience, and ultimately that will be enhancing as a part of that one, the productivity. And that's where the CG is playing important role for knowledge as products and everything, and what activity we are doing on the ground. Now, giving you some example as a part of that one, when we want to improve the life, basically at the farm scale level, here this is some of the thing where we have introduced in Pakistan, there is a drought. We have developed an operational drought monitoring system, but then we want to introduce as a part of that one, how we could improve the livelihood and then the landscape for the people. So we developed the criteria. This is where we have done the rainwater harvesting, potential identification of site, and then introducing the rainwater harvesting ponds, solar powered irrigation system, sprinkler system, and soil moisture sensor as a part of that one, improving the irrigation practices at the farm scale level. And this is where the talking about this, the Camelone soil moisture sensor, which works in a simplified the traffic light diagram. You could install up to 60 centimeter, and it's saying it if it is a blue side, blue is showing it that one there is a too much water. You don't need to apply. Green is said when you need to start preparing something for the next 3 to 4 days, you need to apply. And red is showing that one, the water need to be applied it now. And that's the kind of the thing, changing the farmer practices and how we could do it. Again, we applied around the 300 sensors across the part of the landscape in the Pakistan at the farm scale level. And again, the results are very encouraging as a part of that one. We are able to save that one, the water saving for the cotton around 20%, wheat around the 25%, maize around the 18%, but also improving the productivity of 10 to 15% as a part of that one. And that's where we are working with the changing the farmer's behavior, how we could work it on that one. And some of the example side, how that's improved on that one, the farmer yield from 8 to 10 to 30 to 35 months as a part of that one in a dry land agriculture in the context of Pakistan. Now moving to the Tanzania, where we are working actively for the vegetable farmers. And again, we are seeing that kind of examples are very common. Again, that one, the top is farmers' typical behavior and how this changing the soil master technology is changing and how that's improving that one, the productivity up to 50% for the farmers as a part of that one. And that's where we are seeing the result over the period of time. It's inclusive, it reduced the water use by around 42, around mean 60%, improve the crop yield, improve the irrigation crop water productivity around 260%. Ultimately, that's improving the livelihood of the farmers in a dry land agriculture, what we are doing it. Now let's going on a multifunctional landscape, giving the example of the Lake Victoria Basin in a 2 village, but we are work doing in the multifunctional landscape. This is the IMI plus the other ICRISAT and other centers work, where we are looking around the county area of 2086 and we got county area, the village scale level, 566, both lie within the Victoria Basin, where mixed farming and livestock keep dominating the rural livelihood. So we want to understand water and land management across the 2 counties. Study area, we did a survey of that one, 789 household. Water and land use, about the accessibility of water accounting, looking around the socioeconomic factors behind technology update and way forward, that will be presenting it here. So again, the climate changing is the straining factors for water and land system. Again, that one, the rainfall falls around that one 25% in these few events, and that's creating erosion, and then the flooding. How to look around on that one when the rainfall variability is not a lot, and how to work it in the condition as a part of that one. So we did a retrospective as a part of that one, the sample area, multi-stage, 420 households surveyed, 369 households surveyed, and in the other village, and then the 4 focus group discussions held as a part of that one. And then whom we surveyed, predominantly it's a male headed, but the responses were, 73% were the families, 80% was holding the land as a part of that one, and average household size was around 5.3. And that's giving the overall that one, the farming experience is around 20 years and land holding is around 3.1 acre. What that means as overall as a part of that one, 93% of household is practice cropping farmer as their main crop farming as a main land use. 86% grow food crops, rest grow industrial dual crop, and then as well as the 90% is rain fed. And then overall the livestock keeper are around that one, around 46%. And that's leading to the multiple sources and shared concern as a part of that one. 80% roughly household use rainwater, 32% tap water for supply companies, and overall that one 90% say the water is of good quality. This is a qualitative sample. We didn't do the actual sampling as a part of that one and seeing how that's happening. Looking at around some of the results as a part of that one, farmer used to protect soil and water management. They're using multiple practices, organic input, mulching, cover cropping, and then the agroforestry, all that one. And where we are looking at around how these practices are mapped, we have done the GIS analysis as a part of that one for land use and management practices, and coming it finally for the result. That's improving that when higher income significantly increase the order of harvesting rainwater. And as well as we also look around, female households were more likely to harvest rainwater. And other adoption factor was that subsurface retention, minimum tillage, organic input, and mulching as a part of that one. And finally, that's looking around the farm waste into resources. Around 66% is people are using crop residue and animal manure are the dominant waste type for the agriculture input as a part of that one. People were aware of that one, the problem, and that's where we work with the community and saying how we could enforce that message and everything. And that's ultimately leading toward the awareness, toward the opportunity, how we could work on affordable, appropriate technology into lasting conservation practices. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohsen Hafiz. So for the audience, I know there was a lot of information. So if any of you have questions on this, please wait until the Q&A session after the panel discussion. But for now, let me give the floor to Dr. Ananta from ICRISAT. He will be talking about land restoration for people and resilience, multifunctional landscape solutions from India. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, for joining this important conversation today. So before my going to presentations, I would like to play a 2-minute video so that we'll get a kind of a broader context. So can you please, yeah.
To capture, conserve, and manage water across the landscape. Erratic rainfall, rapid runoff, soil erosion, and declining groundwater are increasing the vulnerability of farming communities. Yet these landscapes also carry generations of knowledge on how water can be managed. In Bundelkhand, traditional Haveli systems captured monsoon runoff for agriculture and groundwater recharge. In Bihar, the centuries-old Ahar pine systems collected, stored, and distributed water across farming landscapes. Over time, many of these traditional systems became degraded, silted, or disconnected from their natural drainage networks. Working in partnership, the governments of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, together with ICRISAT and local communities, are combining traditional knowledge with science to restore these landscapes and strengthen water security. The approach begins by understanding soils, landforms, drainage, and water availability. This evidence guides the rejuvenation of traditional water systems and their integration with field-scale water conservation, safe drainage, groundwater recharge, agroforestry, and climate-resilient farming. The principle is simple: retain water where it is needed, safely manage the surplus, and improve its productive use. The impacts are visible. More water retained within landscapes, improved soil moisture and groundwater recharge, reduced erosion, increased cropping opportunities, and more resilient livelihoods. These experiences demonstrate that lasting water security requires us to move beyond infrastructure. By connecting science, traditional knowledge, communities, and government policy, landscape restoration can move from successful local action to a scalable strategy for drought resilience and water-secure development. Restore landscapes, recharge water, rebuild resilience.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm going to present now the case, evidence case from Bundelkhand region. This is one of the very vulnerable region in India. This study, I'm going to present on behalf of my team, led by our Deputy Director General, Dr. Stan, and also our colleague, Dr. Ishar is there, and Gajanan. And also we have one progressive farmer who is going to give a kind of a first-hand information, how it is being done, and then what kind of impact we have achieved. So I think in Indian agriculture, the drylands, the problems are complex. And then one of the reason is that so when you are assessing the rainfall variability, so the spatial distribution and then also the reliability and then also the intensity is increasing over by day. So that is posing a kind of a challenge. So without the infrastructure facility on the place, so that is posing some kind of a challenge. So that's where we are going to introduce some of the very prominent interventions there to capture this rainfall where it falls. And then here, in Indian case, actually almost it shows that like the 2-period season we have analyzed, and then that shows that like almost northern and then also the central Indian landscape are facing a lot of declining rainfall, and also the other parts like southern Indian states are experiencing some kind of increasing rainfall variability. So, and then also when there is a declining rainfall is there, so that is also putting a pressure on the groundwater development, because the agriculture farmers are more and more depending on the groundwater extraction to secure their livelihood through the crop cultivations. Where you can see that like in India, actually like most of these irrigation facilities are drawn by the groundwater irrigation. Almost 54% of the irrigation is supplied through these groundwater facilities. And also over a period of time, the number of bore wells have been increased from 1 million to almost 33 million. It is a huge actually. So that's where like how we are going to sustain this groundwater extraction, and then through rejuvenation of this landscape. That is what the important question here. And then our approach is very simple. So we are first, like we are not going to build the structures. We are not going to ask the farmers where we have to build the structures. But we first assess this landscape through this adopting the land resource inventory. We first assess what is the demand, what is the supply gap is there. So we identify the supply gap, and then accordingly we are going to introduce these interventions, wherein this hydrology plays an important role. We have to understand the hydrology, and also like community, the enabler, community institutions plays an important role, because without any of these community participation, so we cannot sustain these infrastructures. Therefore, like community participation is important, and also the according to the landscape situation. So we are going to implement, we are going to design the interventions according to the topography, according to the cropping system, and also according to the local situations. Wherein we are going to integrate a lot of data. Though data is one of the important things to when you are talking about the science-driven implementation. So data is an important part we are going to integrate while planning this one. And so our once the designation like decision is making actually, so we are going to introduce number of the bundles of interventions, like in terms of for hydrological restoration, we are targeting mostly the traditional water harvesting structures, both in Bundelkhand region as also in the Haveli system, sorry, Ahar and Pine system in Bihar system, where we are going to rejuvenate these traditional wisdoms through this integration of science-based approaches. And also like when it comes to for soil and moisture conservation, we are also treating the landscape like agriculture fields through this field bunding, and also putting a kind of a proper drainage structure, so that like you can enhance the soil moisture availability, and also the control the soil erosion. Like once we are ensuring that water availability and also land is treated properly, and also we are integrating with the agroforestry and also pasture development, so that this also can happen, that can also strengthen this livestock sector as well as we are also strengthening in terms of institutional mechanism by promoting, strengthening this farmers producer organization, also SRG, to secure this livelihood further. And then again, since then, like we are by then, like we are going to realize kind of a very very impact in the landscape. Here you can see that like almost all these borewells in the this is the case from a kind of a 28,000 hectare area, where almost 40 villages were across the 40 villages, almost 6,100 wells were there. So almost 90% of the wells used to be defunct, all low yielding wells. So now after introducing in 2022, we have started this work, and then after introducing this work in the Bundelkhand region, so almost all these wells have been rejuvenated, and also a lot of this effect of this landscape restoration has done in terms of like private investment revived, almost worth of 13 million USD has the worth of investment has been restored. Otherwise, it has been a kind of a redundant. And again, so like once you are ensuring the water availability, farmers will come together and then ensure that like all the unsown like fallow land has been already like cultivated. That's where the cropping intensity has been doubled, tripled in some of the areas. And then you can see that like almost in this landscape, almost 11% of the, 40% of the area used to be fallow during Rabi season or even Kharif season, like a post-rainy and the rainy season. So that area has been brought under cultivation, and then double cropping situation has been is realized now. You can see that as a result, you can see that like almost the household income has been increased from $1,000 to almost to 2,500, almost 2.5 times the household income has been increased. That is a very significant. That is not only come from the only crop improvement, crop production, but also the crop intensification and also the increased water availability and also. This is the best case for presenting a kind of a multifunctionality of the landscape rejuvenation, wherein not only the water harvesting alone is providing a kind of a facilities, but also the agriculture, livestock, and also other ecosystem services gains are there. And this is an important impact of this particular landscape rejuvenation work at the Bundelkhand region, where you can see that like all these that is connecting a kind of a human well-being, where you can recharge and the storage. The water harvesting is producing a kind of a groundwater recharge. So that recharge is providing a kind of a water security for the agriculture purposes. When the soil improves soil moisture and also fertility, improving the crop production, as well as the fodder biomass, and also enhancing the livestock productivity actually. So because this Bundelkhand region is one of the kind of a pastoral society earlier. So now because of this continuous drought and all those things, now that the large scale migration is taking place. But now we have to rejuvenate this livestock sector as well, as well as the agriculture sector. And then very importantly, the crop diversification through this agroforestry as well as the institutional and then the institutional strengthening. It is an important component because once you are restoring all the landscape, so we cannot simply ensure that ask the farmers to take it, because we have to come together. We have to mobilize the community. We have to make them aware what is this and then what kind of impact is this landscape restoration is providing. So therefore, we have put emphasis on institutions and building, and then that is ensuring the sustainability. And then the other important thing is a lot of avoided cost also we have seen here. Here you can see that almost 24 villages among these 40 villages. So most of these 24 villages used to experience the drinking water scarcity during the summer period. So they used to get a kind of a drinking water supply through the tankers from the government. So they used to incur a lot of exchequer from the public expenditure. So that has been now got this because of rejuvenation. They are not now depending on these tanker structure anymore. And then this is as I said, the generating data is very important component, because if you see any of this planning of these kind of landscape resources at the larger scale, actually we need micro scale data generation. And then you can see that similar kind of work we have done in Bihar also, where the traditional system called Ahar and Pine system has been rejuvenated. That is ensuring the groundwater recharge as well as the crop diversification, intensification. That is ensuring the livelihood intensification. Similar work has been, we are working in Odisha, one of the eastern states in India. So there, Government of India's very major program running in 12 states of Indian states. That is called National Disaster Management Program, wherein we are working in 2 districts of Odisha. Similar things in Maharashtra, this is one of the very drought-prone areas in India, Maharashtra, where one of the state called Latur, so they used to get the drinking water from the central India. So that situation was there, and then now after introducing this kind of landscape intervention, so that kind of situation has been overcome. And then again, there will be always a question that what about this field scale demonstration, whether we are going to upscale it or scale it, is there any opportunity? So we have showcased in Bundelkhand region, where we have started our work in 2009 to 11 from a small watershed called 1,000 hectare watershed. Now we have reached almost 28,000 hectare watershed with the support of the government of Uttar Pradesh. And then so here the vitamin D, just like vitamin D, actually vitamin M, so money is very important, because without the government support, all the other donor support, actually we cannot go forward. So therefore, we have shown that this is very important pathway we have followed to achieve And then we have done number of the knowledge exchange program also. So this is one of the case study from the Ugandan government has visited this Bundelkhand region, and then now they are also started with the support of ISDB. So in almost 8 districts, they are going to introduce these kind of interventions. And then I'll leave it, going to leave with you only 3 messages. One is I already indicated landscape degradation, the system problems. So therefore, we have to come up with a kind of a system solution. So therefore, it will be a kind of a sustainable one. And also landscape resource conservation restores hydrological, soil vegetation, and also livelihood functions together. So we have to assess these functions and also guide the investment, future investment. Therefore, this landscape restoration work can be last long and also provide a kind of a impactful work for the community to come forward and also improve the livelihoods. Thank you so much thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ananta, for a very nice presentation. I think you started already mentioning some of the conditions, that are required for scaling, and that takes us very nicely to our high-level panel discussion. So let me invite our panelists to the front of the room. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Dindo Kampilan, IUCN Regional Hub Director for Asia and Oceania. And I would like to also invite Jangeldi Yeren, Chief Expert, Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Do we have Jangeldi Yeren? Okay. Then next, can I invite Dr. Ghulam-Bek Mirzayev, Director of the Research Institute for Combating Desertification and Developing Economy of Deserts from Uzbekistan. And Mr. Ashish Upadhyay, Progressive Farmer from India. Dear panelists, thank you very much. So the key theme of our panel discussion today would be, how do we actually scale these integrated water land solutions from just being pilot or demonstration sites to being a landscape scale? So I would like to ask the same question from each one of you. If you could give a specific example from your own experience, from your countries or from your institutions, where an integrated water land solution moved or is beginning to move from pilot stage to wider landscape scale implementation. So we can think of nature-based solutions, farmer-centered innovations, watershed restoration, sustainable farming, etc. And while you're thinking, maybe I can tailor it even more to Dr. Dindo Kampilan. If you could, from your experience, tell us what are the most important conditions that allow nature-based and integrated water solutions to move beyond from pilot to a landscape scale. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, it feels like homecoming. I'm here representing IUCN, but as some of you may know, I spent most of my life in the CJER. And I really enjoyed looking at the slides, especially when I saw all those pictures in Bihar and Odisha, where I spent most of my time. So I think my response also is part of an evolution of how I started as a CG scientist doing crop improvement, cropping systems, later on landscapes, agricultural landscapes, and climate resilient agriculture. Reminds me of CCAFs. And now at IUCN, we put all of that within the framing of ecosystem integrity. So I think it's been quite a journey for me. But when we talk about drought and especially drought resilience, the first thing I realize now in IUCN is how we move away from the concept of drought resilience as emergency response. You just said it earlier, how we move from pilot and how we move from short-term solutions to sustainable water management. I think that is the first framing that we need to put in. We look at drought, but we look at the long-term solutions, which is really about sustainable land water management. The second one, and now wearing my IUCN hat, is we put all this within the framing of ecosystem integrity. Okay, we look at crops. I used to be a potato expert, an aloe expert in India. But I think we should be looking at co-benefits. In other words, when we look at, for example, ensuring water security through the interventions that we develop, why don't we put it all in terms of the multiple benefits that relate to water security, but also biodiversity? And I remember that working around the world in many countries, that as scientists in the CJER, we often forget that when we improve for example, water, ecosystems, or even land, we forget that in the process, we also produce and contribute to biodiversity outcomes, improving habitats of threatened species, that we contribute, for example, to human well-being, or in this case, agricultural productivity. So my second point is, let's look at multiple co-benefits, because restoration is not an end in itself, right? We don't just restore for restoration's sake, because we believe it's an important step towards the higher goal of, I'm looking at the CGIAR mission now of, I think it says food secure future. That's really the end. It's not restoration. The third point, and this really reminds me looking at the pictures, I was once reminded that the CJR, we cannot achieve what we cannot measure. Okay, we use big words a lot, but I think as science and a science organization, we have a responsibility to do that. So now at IUCN, and this is an invitation for partnership, because we just signed an MOU last year, right? CJR and IUCN. Part of our mandate now is really to offer global standards and tools that would enable us to set targets and also measures that are recognized as evidence for contributing to Rio Convention targets. We talk about nature-based solution. It's been floated around in this space since 2 days ago, and it worries us that the essence of nature-based solution is lost. And so we do have a responsibility, for example, to promote the one and only global standard in NBS, which comes out of IUCN. We talk about forest landscape restoration. And since we talk about, again, water and land nexus, what would be useful is the new IUCN standard on the red list of ecosystem. Now, we're all familiar with the red list of species, which has been the reference on species threat. But now there is another red list, which is the red list of ecosystem. A third one, everybody loves to talk about nature positive. Even the CJAR, I now see a lot of documents saying nature positive food system, nature positive that. In IUCN, as part of our mandate, we have a standard called RHINO, Rapid High Integrity, that actually allows us to measure what do we actually mean nature positive. How do we distinguish that from the very loose definition and use of the word nature positive in the CJR or in the global agenda? Finally, and I think most importantly, and going back to the ground, is investment, because all of this will not happen without investment. And I think the challenge, part of our mission in IUCN now, is really how to catalyze large-scale investment. No longer 100,000 to do small experiments there. You know, here in the room, we talk about GCF and Jeff. How do we do that? And I've always said that the challenge now is not really the lack of financing. There's available financing. I mean, look at ADB as an example. We're here in the room. We have a platform nature-based solution for $4 billion since 2 years ago. Not a single dollar of that has gone out. You know why? It's not the lack of money. It's the lack of willingness by countries to invest in nature-based solution. Because when we talk about large-scale financing, we think about borrowing money to build gray infrastructure, dams and highways. But we need to work together in convincing countries in investing in nature. Without that, all this money available from regional multilateral financing will just stay there unutilized. So I think together as IUCN and CJR, what we can really do is help build the knowledge to support willingness. How do we deal with that? Something very simple. I would really love to work on that. Recognizing the nature is a distinct and unique asset class. We need to recognize that it's a bit different when we do ROIs when we talk about gray infrastructure. Because we talk about the limit, for example, that nature is not fungible. That nature involves trade-offs and risks. And that nature has multiple benefits and values beyond the economic. So this is an area and a knowledge gap that I think that the CGIAR can really contribute to as the basis for investing in nature. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that was very comprehensive. You mentioned framing, messaging, finance, all the important ingredients. Thank you very much. So with that, maybe we can move to the other panelists. And first, I would like to ask Dr. Ghulam Mirzayev to provide your example from your country, from your experience.
Thank you very much for your initiative. And I am Dr. Bek Mirzayev. I am a director of the Combating Desertification and the Developing of the Economy of Desert in Uzbekistan. We are a very young institution, this research institution, because several months were established by our President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. So working and starting work, the Combating Desertification in Uzbekistan. And I'm giving the thanks, very important information about the water scarcity in Pakistan and about the implementation of the projects. And so I'm talking about a little bit about the initiative for the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev. So we are starting the combating desertification in the 2018, 8 years ago. So I'm talking about this small information, very short information. So one of the initiative of our president is very important. I'm at the combating desertification is protection natural resources and also developing a modern green economy. This is very important for Uzbekistan because, this in Uzbekistan, the issue of especially important to Uzbekistan is around 80% of the country's territories considered desert and semi-arid regions. So including this 8 regions of Uzbekistan is arid and semi-arid regions. So very weak territory. So this regarding this climate change and the water scarcity, land degradation, and salinization also, dust storms and dry rains are a serious challenge in Uzbekistan. For example, in salinization in Uzbekistan is a very, very big issue. For example, 48% of the irrigation land is salinization area in Uzbekistan. So this is very big problems in Uzbekistan. So and then so this situation is particularly crucial in the Aral Sea regions. As you know, the Aral Sea region is also a very big problems out. And the last 20 years, we are working on lots of projects in the world projects from UNDP and others projects. So and also we have this Aral Sea regions created the Arakum Desert. So and also where salt and dust are spread over West territories. And in response, Uzbekistan is implementing large-scale green project. It's the name of green project. So more than 2 million hectares of new forest plantation have been created of the dried based on the Aral Sea region. This is a very big project, beginning of the 2018, and then it's a continue. We are continuing to in this year also, and 2030, it's about the 2,006,000 plant trees planting in the Aral Sea basin. In this project. And also we have another initiative from the President of Uzbekistan. It's Yashil Makan. You know, this Yashil Makan is a Green Nations project. It's also a very big project. More than 1 million trees and shrubs have been planted across the countries. This is also a very big project initiative funded by President. And also another initiative is about Samarkand region. It's Green Samarkand, also project, a big project. This is also 10,000 hectares of the Samarkand regions planting the trees. And another project we have also.
Dr. Bekmirzaev, if you could conclude in 1 minute, please.
So regarding this, the president initiative is not simple around the planting trees by the reducing emissions. It's represented Boz's vision of environmental projects, economic development, and innovation, investment, quality, and interconnected. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm sorry, but very short voices. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, the next panelist is Mr. Ashish Upadhyay. As a practitioner, what would be your experience?
Hello, thank you. I'm Ashish. I'm from Tehroli, Jhansi, located at Central India. My English is not so good, so I will speak in Hindi. हमारा जो क्षेत्र है बुंदेलखंड क्षेत्र है जहाँ हमारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है हमारा टाउन विलेजेस हैं वो एक तरह से पानी की कमी के कारण जाना जाता रहा। पानी की बड़ी समस्या थी उस क्षेत्र में और मैं अपने पापा को देख रहा था बचपन से खेती करते हुए। तो ये होता था कि कोई बात नहीं, इस बार उत्पादन अच्छा नहीं हुआ, चिंता मत करो, अगली बार ठीक हो जाएगा। तो एक उम्मीद थी कि चलो ठीक है, अगली जो फसल आएगी वो ठीक हो जाएगी, उससे हमारा काम चल जाएगा। लेकिन वो जब टाइम आता था तब दोबारा से वो स्थिति बनती थी, फिर से एक बार मायूस होना पड़ता था कि चलो कोई बात नहीं, अगली बार फिर चीजें सुधर जाएंगी। एक ऐसा माहौल में एक तरह से मायूसी का माहौल था, हमें नहीं लग रहा था कि चीजें बदलेंगी। हमारे जो तालाब थे जहां पानी होना चाहिए था उनके बीच से रास्ते हो रहे थे। अभी फोटो देख रहे थे हम, हमारे यहाँ पे काफी टैंकर से पानी आता था, पीने के ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की बड़ी समस्या थी और टैंकर से जो पानी आता था घंटों उसमें लोग लाइन में लगे रहते थे, झगड़ते थे और वो लड़ाई कई बार थानों तक भी पहुंच जाती थी, पुलिस स्टेशन तक पहुंच जाती थी। जब और पलायन की एक ज्यादा स्थिति खराब थी। हमारे यहाँ पे 30% से 40% विलेजर्स दे लॉक योर होम एंड गो फॉर जॉब और उनके बच्चे घर पे छोड़ देते थे फॉर केयर टेकर, द चाइल्ड लेफ्ट देयर चाइल्ड होम। कुएं जो है वेल वो 95% एक तरह से ड्राई हो गए। हमने गांव के लोगों ने उसमें कचरा डालना अपना शुरू कर दिया था विलेजर ने। खेती के लिए जो ट्यूबवेल वगैरह हैं वो भी बरसात के कुछ महीने तक चलते थे, उसके बाद स्थिति उनकी भी खराब हो जाती थी। कुछ साल पहले, करीबन 5 साल पहले ये लोग आए क्रीसेट, जिन्होंने हमारे यहाँ पे काम किया है। उन्होंने हमसे कहा कि हम जो है ये हमारा ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है और हम कुछ काम करेंगे, क्योंकि हम लोगों के पास ऑप्शन नहीं था और हम लोग चाह रहे थे कि चीजें सुधरें। हम लोग उनके साथ हो लिए और उनकी सबसे पहली अच्छा ये थी कि पब्लिक लोगों को साथ लेकर उन्होंने काम किया। ये बड़ी बात है, पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप के साथ लोगों को मिला के ये वहां पे उन्होंने काम किया। उन्होंने ये ड्रेनेज बनाए और हवेली पद्धति पे काम किया। उसके साथ उन्होंने हम लोगों को अच्छे बीज उपलब्ध कराए और पिछले कुछ सालों से हम देख रहे हैं उनके साथ हमने लोगों को जागरूक करके समझाया, गांव ब्लेजर में जाके मीटिंग करी अलग अलग लोगों को। और आज
Mr. Ashish, can we get this translated maybe very quick?
यस
Is that okay? And then
Uh,
we have to
so-
move to the next session.
आज हम अच्छा अनुभव कर रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ पे चीजें सुधरी हैं और आज घर में लोगों को पानी मिल रहा है और काफी लोग वापस आ गए हैं। 95% लोग वापस आ गए हैं, लोगों के पास ट्रैक्टर हो गए हैं, लोगों के पास गाड़ियां लोग लेने लग गए हैं, अच्छा जीवन लोग जीने शुरू कर दिए हैं, पढ़ाई करने लग गए हैं, बाहर पढ़ने के लिए बच्चे हमारे जाने लग गए हैं। तो एक बार अच्छा अनुभव कर रहे हैं। और एक लास्ट बात कह के अपनी बात खत्म करेंगे। वस्तु कुटुंबकम एक हमारा वाक्य है और जब तक आपका पड़ोसी अगर सुखी नहीं है तो हम सुखी नहीं हो सकते। इसलिए हम एक अच्छा संसार बनाने के लिए, अच्छी दुनिया बनाने के लिए हमें पानी के लिए जरूरत है और मिलकर काम करने की जरूरत है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So I'll translate what he was saying. He was saying that while growing up in our village, we used to believe that there are certain things that are simply too difficult to change, especially when it came to agriculture, water scarcity, and poor agricultural productivity. The magnitude of problem was so high that about nearly 30% of the population had abandoned their homes, abandoned their fields. And while the traditional water harvesting structure was there, but still about 95% of their wells had become defunct. With ICRISAT coming in, we saw something that we had lost. That's hope. Hope for better agriculture, better productivity. And then he keeps on saying that when farmers have access to the better agriculture technologies, better information, knowledge gap, our fields are not beyond from recovery. We can have better lands, better produce, and better agriculture productivity. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Because of the time now, may I ask if there is any burning question, just one to the panel or to the speakers, or otherwise it would be even better if we leave it for after the session, if that's okay. Is that okay? If that's the case, if there are no burning questions, may I invite for the key takeaway and closing remarks, Dr. Stanford Blade, who is a Deputy Director General at ICRISAT. The floor is yours.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Dr. Bunyad, to the high-level panel. Thank you very much. And of course, to our colleagues here at IUCN who have graciously offered this venue for our collaboration during COP17. I would certainly like to acknowledge just 3 items as takeaways, as closing remarks from this particular session. When I think about the theme of COP17 of restoring land, restoring hope, I think that we have seen that microcosm in the presentations that were given today. I would really like to thank all of the speakers for their superb interventions, but I would just highlight those 3 observations. With respect to the way that we actually have to think about systems. Within the CG, we think very much about water and food and land, and you have heard examples of that today. Dr. Kargeli has very adequately spoken about the way that we need to combine these activities. And we know that in the history of science, we like to work in soils, we like to work in food, we like to work in water, but really this is about an integrated approach to the work that we do. The second point is very much that we have the tools now to be able to do the work that is required in integrating water and land to make sure that we have sustainability in food. You've seen evidence here from India, from Kenya, from Tanzania, where we're using those very specific sensors, tools, water hydrology studies, all of those things that we need to do to create the evidence to create interesting policy. And the third element is very much around the opportunity for us, as we've heard across this session, of scaling. The work that we've described today is not somewhere out in the future. You've heard evidence today of us working in 28,000 hectares of land in India. of large-scale activities across many of the sub-Saharan and Asian activity where we really can integrate these activities. And I really want to thank my friend, Mr. Upadhyaya, speaking from Uttar Pradesh, from the most difficult agricultural area in Bundelkhand. Mr. Upadhyaya's area, I will just leave you with one KPI. It's not only about wells refilling, it's not only about water table, but over the time that ICRSAT has worked in that area, people have started to move back to that area after abandoning it because there was just no economic, no sustainable opportunity. So that should truly be the measure that we need to meet. And of course, as the DDG of ICRSAT, I also have to remind you that we have a Dryland Congress 2026 that's coming up in September 10th to 12th in New Delhi. You'd all be very welcome to participate in that particular Congress. Please feel free to speak to me or my colleagues about the Dryland Congress that's coming up. With that, I think I have the responsibility to close the session. So thank you to all of the speakers, of course, to Dr. Hafiz for his work, for Dr. Anantha, and also for all of the various people that have made this a very successful event. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't fool your dog for closing the session. Thank you all for being super proud. Could you get a picture of all that I was thinking? Oh, this would be very good. Cordelia, I don't think I officially acknowledged you, but I thank you. Hi, thank you. I was looking around because I have IUCN colleagues here. Sad, I take away everything back. I needed to acknowledge. Yes, I noticed that there were other colleagues. You know, because I posted it. Oh yes, oh very good. And I also like the fact that when you're data scientist, you do not also remove that. I guess we're back. That's very good. Good. Very well done. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Again, IIT. I want to see you. 7 years. Very good. My act. Basically between Bangkok and Fiji. That's our office. And then we have we have an office in so I used to sit in so for example, Jeff that's one of the upcoming IUCN is going with the regional bias. So maybe yeah, next time I mean, I used to go to yes, oh yes. I spent most of my life in nature. I really think we have an opportunity to bring in the cities. Because there are convenient life, it's really multi-lives and mainly this we need to bring it together.
Thank you very much. Very well done. So are you based in Picotel? How long have you been in? So I will submit you in my previous name. So are you also? Yeah. How long have you used? But the 40. So I went to India. 6-7. I'm an alloy. But also I was an Philippine scientist in prison. Just during the time we did that. I'm originally. So in Delhi, so I have the office in Busan, and we used to host the English office. Remember Mr. Arun, he's fully retired, right? And so and then I work a lot in December. Oh yes, so I was there last year, but then I moved to Syria. And then I was meeting, you heard them, and I don't know if you were involved in the CCAP talent program, right? And that was like it's going to be voted. So before I joined IUCN, I used to be flying with my part, I become a and then now here, I have to talk about ecosystem. So which programs are you in ecosystem? Yeah. We should know. I'm gonna tell. I think we should talk and then. Yes. Yes. I mean, yeah, as I said, you know, maybe my advantage because I basically grew from reading crops. We also did in Marisa, I used to do orange investment. Then I moved into smarting system. I used to work on, integrated water management for data and prices. Remember those years we had the big program on the price system. And now, if you look at agriculture systems as yes, maybe next time I come to India, I go with the but where are you originally from? Which state? From Karnataka. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Which state are you originally from? Oh, besides working the Eastern, I used to work a lot because I used to also do root and sugar crops. So I had to spend time in Thank you. But we really like probably the three, if I want to be glad. Yes, I know I always say my Indian friends, I've been to all states. You know, the 7 sisters states. But I hope to see some. Yes. I really hope we could do something. But I have to be careful because I used to delegation. You have to you must have known it before. Too young to have this is very good. I've got a problem. When you were sure were you in? But this is usually the way at home you never go around oh, you see this is the nature of the way down the 17th. The night when we come back to the SIP center also, then it's established. Yes. Oh, very good. These are the good old words of those days, yes. But we need people that are knowledgeable in cropping systems to be able to interpret. I know the language of the purest. Correct. That's the problem. We are the ones that are taking all of the land and turning it into low biodiversity. But I'm here together. No, but what you said, this nature-based solution. I mean, I was indeed in Canada, and of course, there was, we had the environmental sciences group within our faculty. I mean, every conference, every meeting was about nature-based solutions, nature-based policy. So you people are on the front curve of the curve, I would say. I think there are ways that we can. That's not one of the. That's not a good thing, because then the farewell parties and all of those things will be very reduced. This is the nature of life. With Ruben, I was just with Ruben, so we were at a meeting and a bioeconomy meeting, and it's just about so we were talking about the coming together of meeting organizations that work these things. Who knows what the future holds? Eventually, that's not the case. Instead of research papers or well, I can tell you now, there's no more fighting. We are all totally aligned. Everything is perfect. A board member that actually came from ILO. Great, but he's very much
on the finance, that side, he's on committee. But he's still basically, because he has, even in his background, he had a big function. I can't remember what it is. And so I always was reminded that he retired from LA, and I just know exactly right. Obviously, it's a very big, oh, I put my guidance month. Beginning of excess, it's a bit better. This is so good. I know. If I at least do one year.
Hello, hello. Okay. So time. Oh yeah. Better go. Hi. All right. Welcome everybody to this session on a very important topic. Disappointing not to see the room full, but I think this perhaps reflects some of the lack of attention being given to invasive species at this COP. And this is really something that we want to change at this COP and going forwards, because I think all of us working on the ground know what a really terrible problem invasive species are, and particularly in the rangelands. We're going to start off the session with a short film, bringing together some of the issues, particularly from an Africa perspective. So we'll start with that, please.
Look out across a healthy rangeland, a tapestry of native grasses, deep-rooted perennials, and seasonal flowers, a living system that feeds livestock, wildlife, and people. Now, look closer. A foreign shoot appears, then many more. It arrived quietly on a tire from a garden or as a well-intended planting, and it begins to change everything. These are invasive alien species, plants introduced beyond their natural range that establish, spread, and cause large, measurable harm to ecosystems, livelihoods, and water resources. Without their native predators and diseases, they act like ecological superpowers, flooding the land with seeds that persist for years, spreading aggressive roots that outcompete natives, and sometimes releasing chemicals that prevent native seeds from germinating. The impacts are clear. In Africa, invasive species such as black wattle or Acacia mearnsii, Prosopis jutiflora, and Chromalena have reduced grazing capacities significantly, sometimes forcing land out of production completely. Lantana, introduced as an ornamental in Asia, Africa, and Australia, now forms toxic monocultures. Cacti have converted millions of hectares of productive land into hostile terrain. These losses mean fewer animals, lower incomes, and weaker food security for pastoral communities. Woody invaders are often thirsty, using 2 to 3 times more water than replaced grasses, lowering groundwater, drying springs, and shrinking streams. Many invaders are unpalatable or toxic. Livestock avoid invaded patches, causing overgrazing elsewhere, or they eat the toxic or harmful plants and suffer illness or death. Rangeland invasions cascade into economic pain, higher feed costs, reduced herd productivity, food insecurity, and displacement. Field studies and reports show losses measured in billions of dollars, representing long-term shocks to rural economies and human security. Eradication is rarely possible once a species is widespread. The smarter approach is integrated, coordinated management, prevent new introductions, detect and respond quickly when they appear, and apply a mix of tools for established invasions. That mix includes physical clearing, carefully targeted herbicides, proven biological controls, and cultural methods such as targeted grazing. Crucially, removal must be paired with ecological restoration, re-establish native grasses, use the land intensively, and monitor for reinvasion. Local people are essential partners. In some regions, communities turn Prosopis timber into posts and fuel. Women's groups lead clearing and restoration. Local scouts help with early detection. These initiatives need sustained funding, training, and coordination to scale and persist. Prevention is the cheapest option, but policies and implementation are often weak. Although many countries set targets, relatively few have comprehensive national laws or the capacity to act at scale. Land degradation neutrality considers invasive species reporting as voluntary, and reliance on remote sensing often causes false positives where invasive species are wrongly reported as productive vegetation. Integrating invasive species into biosecurity, land use planning, and international agendas on food and water security will help close policy gaps. The battle for the rangeland is happening now, where early detection, rapid response, and sustained adaptive stewardship are practiced. Rangelands recover, native grasses resurface, water returns, and pastoral livelihoods rebuild. The choices we make today about prevention, policy, community engagement, and restoration will determine whether our rangelands remain productive for future generations. Act now for the land, the herds, and the people who depend on them.
Okay, so that's kind of set the scene for the session. Now I'd like to ask Arnie, perhaps actually all the speakers would like to go on the stage. Yeah, or actually, as we got space, maybe it's better because then you can see the PowerPoints better. But so I'd like to ask Arnie Witt. He's the Invasives Coordinator, South Africa for CABI. He's been basically working on invasive species for over 30 years and one of the most knowledgeable people that I know in this space. So Arnie, please, let's hear from you.
Not work. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Fiona. And thanks for that brilliant video. I think it's really set the scene for my presentation. So like you said, I've been working on invasive species for over 30 years, 35 years, as you can see. It's brought me a lot of gray hairs. So these are some of the worst offenders in Africa, at least. And a lot of them are actually a problem globally. And I've produced this field guide for Eastern Africa, which covers over 200 species. So these are 200 species that are already invasive or have the potential to become invasive, at least in Eastern Africa and much of the continent and elsewhere, even in Southeast Asia, Australia, etc. As you can see, I've included Pontedera crassipus, which is water hyacinth, because a lot of our water weeds often also have an impact on water resources. So they contribute to the result of increased evaporation, etc. And that obviously also has an impact on pastoralist communities. So I'm just going to speak about some of these quickly, just going into some sort of detail. This plant, most of people in West Africa should know it. It's called Cromelina odorata. People often call it devilweed. I know in northwestern Tanzania, they call it devilweed. So the whole landscape which you see here is essentially invaded by Cromelina, that sort of yellow-green plant. You see it's a shrub introduced from South America, and work done in South Africa where it's also invasive. They determined that it reduces livestock carrying capacities from 6 hectares per large livestock unit to 15 hectares per large livestock unit. So it has dramatic impact on livestock carrying capacities. This here is what we call an ecoclimatic model. So essentially what we've done here is we've looked at the climate where the plant occurs naturally and where it's been introduced. And then we use that data, extrapolate it across the globe to see where areas are climatically suitable for the establishment of Cromelina. So you'll see Cromelina is native to the Americas, so you don't have to worry much about that, but it's been introduced to much of Africa and Southeast Asia, and now even Australia. And so the areas that are darker, the darker shades, so the really dark purple areas, are areas which are highly suitable, climatically suitable at least, for the establishment and proliferation of Chromalina. It's already widely established in West Africa and probably poses one of the biggest threats to livestock production in that region. And it's now spread from West Africa, from Nigeria, where it was initially introduced in the 1930s. It's now moved all across Africa, and it's present in southwestern Kenya, southwestern, northwestern Tanzania, much of South Africa, especially northeast South Africa, Mozambique, etc. And we've recently found it in Zambia too, just north of Lusaka. This is another one of those really pretty weeds, introduced as an ornamental, Lantana camara. It's probably one of the most widespread invasive plants in the world. It's highly toxic. About 25% of livestock poisonings in South Africa can be attributed to Lantana camara. This photograph was actually taken just adjoining Queen Elizabeth National Park in the west of Uganda. So you can see it's a vast monoculture, totally unproductive land. And this is what happens when livestock eat lantana. So lantana is generally not eaten by livestock, but when they are stressed or naive, they will eat lantana. And these are just some of the impacts. So it not only has an impact on grazing or carrying capacities, but obviously has a huge impact also on livestock health. So here again, we have an ecoclimatic map. Lantana is native to the Americas. As you can see, these are the areas where it's potentially well established, areas which are ecoclimatically suitable, but most of those areas have already been invaded. Okay, so much of Central Southern Africa is invaded, Southeast Asia is also invaded, Australia is also very badly invaded, especially in Queensland, in the northeast of Australia. Then we can look at another one of those noxious weeds, Parthenia. Most people don't see it. It's a little herb. It can reach maturity in 4 to 6 weeks. So from seed to maturity takes about 1 to 1.5 months, and it can produce 10 to 25,000 seeds. So one plant can produce 10 to 25,000 seeds that are wind dispersed. So it rapidly invades areas, and work done in India, where it's also very problematic. It's found that that can reduce rangeland carrying capacities by 90%. So it's also toxic to livestock. Livestock generally don't eat it. And it's allelopathic, which means that it displaces other plant species. So here's one of these models again. It's native to the Americas, so not really a problem there. But you can see that it's potentially got a huge distribution across all of Africa, Southern Europe, Southeast Asia, and Australia. And it's already a problem in most of these countries. You can see the darker red areas, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Kenya. It's already a massive problem there. So again, this is a plant that's going to reduce pasture carrying capacities by up to 90%. Then we saw in the video, we saw a lot of this weed called the Punta stricta. Many cactus species have been introduced into Africa. This is just one of them. It's especially problematic in Southern Africa, mainly South Africa, but also problematic in Kenya and Ethiopia. This photograph was taken in Laikipia County in Kenya. So it had reduced its livestock carrying capacities. It has a dramatic impact on livestock health. So livestock often eat the fruit, and that causes various issues with livestock. We recently did a study where we tried to evaluate the costs in terms of lost grazing in Eastern Africa and globally. And in Laikipia alone, we estimate that the current cost of cactus invasions in terms of lost grazing potential is $8.4 million US. And across Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Kenya, we estimate that the current costs are $246.6 million. We then extrapolated that across the whole of Africa using an ecoclimatic model. We made very conservative assumptions. And based on that, if it's not managed, we think in 50 years from now, it'll cost the African economy $307 billion US. This is just in terms of lost grazing capacity, $307 billion US in 50 years' time if it's not managed. And this excludes all the other costs, the health costs on livestock, human health costs, etc. So this is a potential distribution based on another ecoclimatic model. You can see the areas in darker red are the areas which are ecoclimatically suitable. So much of Southern Africa, you can see there Kenya is highly suitable, Uganda and Ethiopia. And it's present in most of those countries anyway, where it's having a serious impact on livestock, but also communities dependent on livestock. So this is a plant that everyone knows. Everyone knows Methenge, Prosopis, especially those people in Kenya, Ethiopia, now also Tanzania. It's probably one of the most widespread invasive plants, tree, shrub, whatever you want to call it, across the Sahel, right from Eastern Africa, right through to West Africa. In Mali, it's a huge problem. Niger, it's a huge problem. And this is some work that they did in South Africa, where they looked at impact on grazing capacity. So approximately a 15% canopy cover. So it's a very low canopy cover, because generally you get 100% canopy cover. Heavily grazed rangeland reduced grazing capacity by 34%. So this is what the understory of a Prosopis stands looks like. There's absolutely nothing for livestock to eat. So work done in Ethiopia, they found that it reduced understory basal cover for perennial grasses from 68% to 2% and reduced the number of grass species from 7 to 2. Okay, so there's absolutely no grazing in the understory of Prosopis stands. It has a massive impact on communities, and then also the health impacts both on livestock and people. So this is the environmental suitability map again for Africa. All the areas in dark red are the areas which are climatically suitable. And just out of interest, in Kenya alone, 7 to 12,000 square kilometers has already been invaded. If it's not managed, 3/4 of Kenya will potentially be invaded based on our models. So 3/4 of Kenya will be invaded by Methenge if it's not managed, okay? This is an emerging weed that's starting to become problematic now in much of Africa. This photograph was taken in Ethiopia, in the far region of Ethiopia. It's a climber called rubber vine. Common name's rubber vine, also introduced to Australia. It became a massive problem, and work that did in Australia to reduce livestock carrying capacities by 100%. So where this plant is present, there's absolutely no grazing to be had. And this plant is rapidly spreading throughout much of the continent. So if you look at some of the worst invaders and you look at the ecoclimatic map, you can see that much of Africa has the potential to be invaded by at least one or more of these species. So what will happen to grazing lands if you don't manage invasive plants? Well, recent work, not so recent anymore. In 2008, they did this work in South Africa where they did some extrapolations, and they determined that if invasive plants were not managed in South Africa, 71% of natural grazing would be lost. And I think we can extrapolate this across the whole of Africa. And somebody who's been working in this field for over 30 years, I can guarantee you that much of our grazing, 70% or more of our grazing in our rangelands will be lost if invasive species are not managed. So what are the major barriers? Is lack of policies or implementation thereof. So countries have policies, but they're never implemented. There's a real lack of awareness. So people don't know what is present, don't know what the distributions are, and don't know what the impacts are. There's a limited capacity to actually address the issue, and that is something we really need to look at. The insufficient resources. It's not cheap to manage invasive species, but we need governments to invest. And there are no landscape-wide interventions, so there's no cross-border collaboration. It's very important to understand that invasive species know no borders, so they move from one country to the next, just like pastoralist communities move from one country to the next. So we need to work together across countries to manage invasives. It's a cross-cutting issue. It doesn't only affect livestock carrying capacities, it affects human and animal health, it affects crop production, water resources, it fuels fires, etc. So we need to develop local, national, regional, continental, and global strategies to manage invasive species, and alignment is key. We need all UN agencies to recognize the threats posed by invasive alien plants. Like Fiona said, it's hardly been touched on. I've hardly heard it said in any of the side events, and I've raised it many times. People are getting sick of hearing me, but it is the issue that we really need to address in all these conventions. We need bigger investments in invasive aliens plant management. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks, Ani. Okay, so now we will hear from Guillaume Malicha-Robo, who's the head of dryland development with IGAD Center for Pastoral Areas and Livestock Development, who I hope will tell us what IGAD is doing, and also thinking about doing to help us address these issues within the IGAD region?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the previous presentation actually almost preempted what I wanted to say, but I think I will speak from the region. Upfront, I have to say there is little done to understand the spread, and there's less done to understand the implication of the spread. I think those numbers are very important to build on in terms of conversation and work. Good. So I put my slide into 4 areas. For us, I work with IGAD Center for Pastoralists and Livestock Development. And for us, really, what is interesting is the statistics of how much land is taken out of grazing. It's very, very crucial. And still, we don't have those numbers. In pastoral areas, apart from some of the undergrowth that has been shown in this photograph from South Sudan, we are very much worried on how much palatable indigenous grass species and browsers are disappearing. Already we are having threat, not only from the invasive, but from the general climatic change. Number of pastoralists who say that 40% of the indigenous grasses have disappeared 20 years ago. Sometimes some reemerge in good season, but then the one within the invasive riverine areas don't actually reemerge. And I think that to me is a very important takeaway. Usually when pastoralists do scouting for grazing area, they look at composite index, and those index give them the grazing potential of an area. One is above ground biomass, and then not only just biomass, but the proportion of palatable species from the perspective of specific land user is very, very crucial. So when you drive along the riverine of Ewaso Nyiro in Kenya, the amount of land which used to be fallback grazing area that is taken out of pastoralism is so worrying actually. And the more dangerous is that they are within the invasive, the prosopis. There's emergence of lion population that hide within the prosopis and wait for animals that are coming along the few remaining corridors. For the wildlife people, they say there's the emergence of lion numbers are becoming better. It's positive. But for the livestock keepers, it's negative because any animal that disappears within the prosopis, you don't get them anymore. So for us, I think the grazing potential of an area is very important. And that, I think, it takes me to the next slide, which is around the productivity. Really, all these numbers has a knock-on effect on the productivity. Already we're struggling with feed balance sheet in the country. All the countries within the IGAD region actually report almost feed deficit of around 50%, 40%, and sometimes almost 60%, depending on the country. So you can imagine the statistics around emergence of invasive against pre-existing feed deficit is really very worrying. As you said, 70% of the land taken out of animals, then is a real big concern for us around productivity and also the production of the landscape. Of course, you already talked about the toxicities of some of the harmful species, especially prosopis and others. And of course, when land is taken out of grazing, the few remaining land is crowded for by pastoralists. And that, I think, has a huge knock-on effect on the conflict situation in an area. And this conflict situation come from the blockage of pastoral mobility or the altering of the mobility part of an area. I was along the Ewaso Nyiro River recently, River Tana, sorry. And literally, if you see the number of land taken out by the crop farmers, plus the invasive, means that if I live along the riverine, I have to travel 20 kilometers along the river to access the same river. So the conflict is actually multiplied by the farming, by number of land taken out by invasive, the emergence of lion into the species, and all that. So really for us, this affects the productivity. Overall, the economic, ecological, and social cost is very important. Number of programs that has been working on eradication of invasive. From livestock perspective, we say these are the money taken out of livestock production and investments. And none of them are much effective in terms of, either physical removal, trying to work on number of pilot experimental, while not addressing the core issues of around emergence of new species. I was telling you, when you drive from Nairobi to Kajiado, you see these nice flowers on the road, and all of them are introduced by the contractors, the investors who are doing the roads. So all this has a knock-on effect on the food security and the drought resilience. Really, land taken out of pastoralism means that pastoralist land use, optimal land use is affected. And when your optimal land use is affected, then really the capacity and ability to face the drought is also compromised. And this is the big picture that we need to understand. Of course, some of the invasive species are this water depletion ability, deep-rooted, and etc. So when you take out wetland is a very important fallback grazing areas for pastoralists. The moment you take that out, then the fallback grazing areas are shrinking. And that again now link back to the drought resilience question. That, of course, in pastoral areas, apart from the livestock, the biodiversity is a key thing. We have a lot of endemic species with very important values beyond livestock production to use by people for medicinal purposes. I think emergence of invasive really has a long-term effect on biodiversity losses. And of course, land degradation, altering water, fire regimes, soil erosion, reduced ecosystem resilience, and permanent transformation of dryland ecosystem is some of the issues. Within IGAD, we have paid attention to some of these issues, but I think, unfortunately, there are no projects that fully dedicate resources to these issues. These are very peripheral issues. They're always hidden under the bigger landscape management, rangeland projects. And I think this particular session is very important around call for action. How do we draw resources into an exclusive invasive issues to map them out, to see the cost, the implication? I think the more we work together to build these numbers, the really important it is, because I'm very happy to see numbers, because I was looking online and I couldn't see numbers from the IGAD countries. And I think with our convening power within IGAD, to call countries ministerial conversation around this issue, we need numbers. And those numbers, I think, come from this kind of conversation and collaboration. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Gio. So we've been talking about invasive species in Africa, but invasive species are not only a problem in Africa. Europe, I've been spending a lot of time in Italy at the moment, invasive species everywhere with nothing being done about it. But now I'd like to invite Jeff Herrick, who is now an independent soil scientist, but many of us know about his important contribution to as one of the UNCCD USA focal points, who will tell us about some of the challenges that are found in the US.
Great, thanks. And thank you for the invitation and a couple of fantastic presentations. I actually realized that there were a number of things that I really should have addressed here, but they were really effectively addressed previously. So I think this is well known. I just wanted to show a slide that illustrates sort of the dramatic impacts that one species in particular, cheatgrass, is having on tens, in fact, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of rangeland ecosystems in the United States. So we've seen examples of woody invasion. We've seen examples of cacti and opuntia invasion. This is an example where the invasion of an annual grass into a system that is currently dominated by native perennial grasses and native shrubs results in the elimination of both, because once the invasive annual grass enters the system, it becomes much more prone to fire. The fire takes out the shrubs, leaving more space for the annual grass, which then creates this constant feedback and makes it very hard to break the cycle. So I think one of the points that's already been made here is that investments in prevention, investments in avoidance of land degradation have a far greater return on investment than those investments in restoration. We hear a lot about restoration here, and yet I think the point that was made by Arne is absolutely essential. Once the invasives are in, it's very difficult to remove them, but prevention programs can have a tremendous impact, and this is a good example of that. So this is just an example from some of the monitoring that we've been doing in the United States and scaling with a combination of remote sensing and neural network models, rangelands.app. But you can see the dark areas are where these annual invasives has completely taken over the system. And in fact, even many of the lighter areas, this is the Western US. So the invasive annual grasses are affecting more of the northern and western areas in the southeast. This is another, whoa, I didn't want to do that. Another example here and the southwest of Prosopis. Okay, so Prosopis is actually native to the United States in the southwestern United States, but due to a combination of overgrazing combined with severe drought episodes, we've had many of our annual grasslands replaced by Prosopis, and so we're facing a similar situation. The difference is because it's a lower rainfall area, instead of getting complete canopy coverage, as Arne showed in a couple of the systems in Africa and others, actually, the last presentation, what we get is severe soil erosion because there's not enough moisture to support complete canopy coverage. So we lose nutrients, we lose soil, the soil becomes sandier. So now I'd like to just move on to maybe some opportunities that we have, both for addressing the invasive species and okay, I'm not sure it was random. Yeah, things are coming in. Anyway, can we make it full screen? Is that no? Let's see if maybe I can. Yeah, I don't think I have the controls here. That's okay. Okay. So there's been a lot of research done by USDA and university scientists using targeted grazing to close the phenological niche. What does that mean? It means that we time the presence of the livestock on the landscape to when the annual grasses have produced biomass but have not yet set seed. And that's typically before the perennial grasses. So a lot of the annual grasses happen to be C3 grasses. So they come on earlier in the season, as opposed to a lot of the perennial grasses, which are often C4. And even if they are C3 grasses, they tend to mature later in the season. So if we can get the livestock in using a variety of tools, including fenceless grazing, using the collars and ear tags, where we don't have we don't have fences, we can target that grazing in both timing, frequency, and intensity by managing the livestock. So this is a tremendous opportunity. And even where I live in the city of Boulder, Colorado, where people are not necessarily friendly to livestock, they're starting to recognize the value of using livestock to limit wildfire risk and also to address invasive species. So there's been a much greater understanding of how to manage livestock sustainably within these systems to help address some of these invasives. Thank you. You're anticipating. I'll set this down and just ask. So this is just an example of the percent reductions they were able to achieve in 2 states, in 2 areas of the United States, through this targeted grazing. And there are actually some even more dramatic examples. This is just one I grabbed quickly from the literature. Next, please. So another opportunity that I'm really excited about is targeting our responses informed by monitoring using standardized, inexpensive methods combined with state and transition models. So basically getting standardized monitoring data and then interpreting that in the context of ecological thresholds. And if we can use those standardized data, next slide, please, to both identify early in the invasion process, the presence of invasives, use that combined with some of the predictive tools that have been developed by CABI and others. And then put that together in the context of anticipated ecological thresholds, right? So, for example, the invasive annual grasses that I showed earlier are actually a problem throughout the rainfall range in the United States and the Western United States, but it's a bigger problem in the drier areas. Once you get up into the higher elevations, we do have cheatgrass, and in fact, I spend a lot of time every spring pulling it by hand from around our house in the mountains in Colorado to reduce the seed bank, because I'm concerned with global warming that we are going to have, and climate change, that even the area that we live is going to be overtaken. But right now, the perennial grasses are able to compete. So if we use these state and transition models together with the standardized standardized monitoring. Next slide, please. Then we can target our responses and prioritize those responses, because we clearly don't have the resources to address invasive species everywhere all the time. But if we can get in early and address them where we can make an impact. Next slide, please. So I'd just like to close with this slide. In addition to working on rangeland related issues, I'm also a mountain biker. I teach people how to more skillfully use their mountain bikes and enjoy our landscapes. And I found it incredibly challenging, actually, to explain to mountain bikers that the greatest threat to their mountain biking is not competition with hikers who want to exclude them from trails. It's competition with invasive species. And so I think there's really a role for all of us to play throughout the world. We need to be generating the data. We need to be creating the understanding. We need to be co-producing stories with stakeholders, from recreationalists to livestock producers to people who are concerned about wind and water erosion and the impacts that those have on water supplies, and then motivating action. So thank you very much to the organizers. This is incredibly important, and please let me know how I can help. Thank you.
Fantastic, Jeff. Thanks a lot. And definitely we do need your help, and very long experience that you bring with you. So there are some other opportunities apart from what Jeff mentioned. And I'd like to ask Surendri Lapalika of IUCN, Program Officer for IUCN, to just briefly give us a taster of an initiative that IUCN has underway, developing a strategy on invasive species.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you to the presenters who really have set the stage. And I think I'm going to take you out. I'm going to zoom out a little bit because the IUCN strategy, of course, is talking about the entire union and the union adjacent and all the partners, even outside the union. Just like I think Jeff just highlighted the threat of invasive species, especially for biodiversity. The red list identifies at least over 60% of global extinctions are related to the spread of invasive species. So this is a really alarming threat to biodiversity loss around the globe. And this is not just rangelands across different ecosystems. And so the strategy is trying to address this threat across 4 major aspects. One is nature. So how are invasive species changing the natural landscapes by homogenizing, like we saw in so many landscapes in Africa? How are they affecting food security and agriculture? How are livelihoods of local communities affected by the spread of invasive species, and also the threat to infrastructure and economics? I think we heard some of those really high statistics in billions of US dollars that if you can just replicate that to the global level, it's even higher number. And so those are the 4 main areas that the strategy is trying to address. And IUCN has been working on invasive species for at least over, I think, 3 decades. The first resolution was adopted in 1988, and since then there have been 18 additional resolutions, but the strategy really is a response to the adoption of the strategic framework, the 20-year vision that was adopted at World Conservation Congress. And the strategy and the strategy really addresses this issue across IUCN unions, so the members, secretariat, commissions, which are the experts, the scientists, the practitioners. But it's also importantly giving a framework for those outside the unions to find entry points to work with the union to really mobilize action for the invasive species. So what we have identified through the strategy is that while there is a lot of recognition of this threat, as we have seen in the regions and in countries, the action is really very fragmented. It's also very uneven, and it's also very unevenly funded and addressed. So the strategy is trying to bring all of this together in a more cohesive unit that, as a starting point, is the IUCN Union. The strategy is based on certain values, and like Jeff highlighted, prevention of introduction and establishment of invasive species is the really important step, because we know from numbers that eradication is extremely costly. It also highlights the need to go from knowledge to action. So we have a lot of knowledge at the regional, at the country level, but it's important to put all of that together into cohesive actions that can be taken up by countries, by organizations. It also addresses equity, rights, and inclusion, including the knowledge of communities, pastoralists in this case, into preventing the spread of invasive species and what are the issues that are faced by communities, and integrating that into the strategy. It also highlights poorly resourced regions, and so it prioritizes those regions while maintaining a global outlook. And importantly, we saw many pictures here of animal health being affected by this. So One Health is a big focus of the strategy to work across human health, animal health, and the interconnectedness of all of it. The strategy right now is in the second stage. So there was a union-wide consultation process that's finished, and now the strategy is in a draft stage, and now the second stage has also closed, so we are working on updating on that. What the strategy is trying to do is by 2030, it's trying to achieve 4 major outcomes. The first is data. So to have decision-ready data, tools, science ready to put into action. The second is capacity, to help governments and other actors with improved capacity and awareness to develop and implement strategies for controlling, preventing the spread of invasive species. The third is action, so effective prevention, surveillance, early detection, and rapid response to control invasive species. And the last one, of course, is finance. Sustains and adequate financing to enable coordinated action across the union, across countries. So that's sort of the vision of the strategy. And I encourage you to scan the QR code, which will take you to a page where you'll find all the resources and the recordings of the consultations across different regions. And also you can contact my colleague, Kevin Smith, who's been leading this work, and you can find me somewhere always running around if you want to talk more. So thank you so much, Fiona, and give back.
Thanks, Surendri. And now I'd like Abdulhamid Tahir Hamid to hopefully tell us a little bit about what's happening in West Africa, and particularly if and are there opportunities for really tackling these issues through the Great Green Wall. Abdul Hamid is the CEO at Global Environmental and Climate Conservation Initiative in Nigeria. But perhaps more importantly here is also president of the African Union's Great Green Wall Youth Advisory Board. So I'm hoping you can raise some opportunities for really getting the Great Green Wall Initiative to tackle some of these issues.
Okay, thank you very much, and also good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of what we are doing as the African Union Great Global Youth Advisory, which is focusing constituency for the young people, and also we know that the Great Global Initiative is a Pan-African initiative, which is by the African Union, which has also been around 11 frontline countries. And also Nigeria is a part of the member. So we see that there is so many things that we are putting in place for more, especially with the activities that we have been done so far in terms of restoration of our lands, engaging in different activities which is around with the young people in that region. So our rangelands already, we know that are experiencing the pressure on droughts and also desertification, land degradation, and also the climate change in at all. So what we do believe that something that we could be able to bring it differently in kind of putting communities together, because based on the experience that we get in our previous restoration activities, there is lack of putting of these like communities together. So we need to be putting so that we could be able to get the solutions of the challenge of the invasive species. And again, putting these communities in terms of the pastoralist and indigenous communities is not a simple victim of the land degradation and also the land stewardship and knowledge holder. And also in the second, we need to be able to restore the whole ecosystem under the Great Green so that we could build the seafood and also the tree planting program that which we could be able to have a need of the Great Green Wall landscape. That means the restoration natives grasses and also the wetland and other ecosystem accordingly to local condition. And also we need to invest more, or we can be able to see the opportunities for investing more in the earlier warning systems because of the people from this that affected with these issues. It be the biggest opportunity that we could be exploring. So it is very high time for us to become together so that we can put a lot of activities or a lot of things together that we can mitigate this effect and also bringing solutions to our, and also connecting also, we can connect with the local science and also traditional knowledge there. Because of our pastoralism, but more especially in Nigeria, if you can see, there is a lot of challenges which is around the conflict and also the crisis issue around. So this is an opportunity for us as a young people to support in and bringing more solutions to our community. Thank you.
Thanks. So it's a great pleasure now to ask Madam Batshepi Hill, who I think many of us know is a stalwart rangelands, prominent UNCCD focal point for Botswana, who's managed to step away from negotiations and join us here. So it's very much appreciated. Madam, you know, we really want to try and influence the UNCCD agenda here. If you can give us some advice on that and tell us how we can move forward.
Good afternoon, everybody, distinguished delegates. Mine is short, but before I can talk about the short part, I would like to make you understand that the issue of invasive species is affecting the whole of Africa. The whole of the world is likely to be facing different types of invasive species. We've seen from other countries where we wouldn't even know the type of species that is invading them. The last time I went to Kenya, I realized that even though I'm all the way down from down southern Africa, Kenya is affected by the same species that is invasive across southern Africa, or across the whole of Africa, which is prosopis. That was brought in as something that could, in our case, that we tried to use it to adapt to the sand dunes in Africa and some of the drylands in Africa. Unfortunately, when it came, it became invasive because it started taking over all other plant species over there. But it's not the only species that is affecting us as Africa. We have quite a number of them. It's prosopis, as I've mentioned. We also have the other one, which is prickly pear. It's called cactus. And a lot of people use it for other uses, but once it becomes invasive, when it's introduced in an area where it never was there, it can really be invasive. We have other which are quite toxic that would be in the rangeland. These are the ones that affect cattle. We have lots of such in Botswana. One item of them is called Parthenium, and that one is what can, because we only have a local name for it. We only prevent it by fencing it out. And then we also have aquatic weeds. And as you know, Africa depends a lot on tourism. And such weeds, when they come like Salvinia, if it attacks our delta in Botswana or any water bodies in the world, particularly in Africa, it means that the tourism sector will simply die, where a lot of us as human beings depend on. And then we have another one, which is very, very nasty. It's called Sancras biflora. That one started in one area and then it suddenly has spread all over in strategic places where it's moved mostly by livestock. So this is what I wanted to share with you before I come up with the calling for action. And as you know, Botswana, when it brought in the issues of rangelands, it's no longer an issue now. The strategy of rangelands to the COP. We want to bring in anything that would make sure that the rangeland is clean and safe. And bringing in the issue of invasive species does not necessarily say that we cannot talk about it being safe. The rangeland needs to be safe. And today, as I stand here in front of you, I'm saying that we have done a lot as countries. We've tried to manage the invasive species. We've tried to bring in other products to make sure that we manage the invasive species. Like I would use an example of prosopis, where we tried to bring in other products like fodder, charcoal, and medicinal products from this, including furniture, but that is not enough. So today we are saying we don't even know this distribution of this and how much they are going to spread across our countries. We don't even have a catalog of all the invasive species in Africa or elsewhere in the world. Do we really know those? And the answer is no. And the COP here, because we are parties, we can only get support from you to say that we want to call up for action. And that action, we are simply saying, we want all of us together to call up an urgent and coordinated global action to address this escalating threat of invasive species. These species are really bad in the rangeland. So if we don't stand up and do something about them, they will undermine the rangeland productivity, deplete scarce water resources, like the case of prosopis, which the root can grow beyond 5 meters, and erode biodiversity. The critical one is eroding biodiversity, where they will take over the whole rangeland and take even making sure that there's nothing that grows there except them alone. Because if you take an example of the biflora, Sancras biflora, if it takes over, it means that, first of all, your livestock will not be able to graze there. It is not a species that can be palatable to a lot of animals. Instead, it only has cause trouble. So this one will jeopardize food security and rural livelihoods. Here at COP17, Botswana urges parties and stakeholders to strengthen collaboration, mobilize resources, and integrate invasive species management into land restoration. Because we are already seeing that as possible. We want now to say we are standing up for invasive species to restore those lands where invasive species are, mobilize resources, integrated them and into land restoration and climate resilience agendas. This call for action is not only about protecting ecosystem, but also it's about safeguarding the economic and social fabric of communities that depend on healthy landscapes. And that is all I have. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. You know, that's a real solid foundation for us to take forward. We will actually also have a second event in the green zone, trying to mobilize action there as well. So there'll be a second event on Friday at 10:30 in the Ogadai Hall in the green zone. So we as a group are not going away, and we do intend to take this forward. After our closing remarks, which Dr. Huria will present, there will be a QR code on the screen. We're trying to get people just to sign up so that we can begin to kind of mobilize and build up a group of people who are really interested and willing to take this issue forward. So do scan the QR codes afterwards. So now I'd like to invite Dr. Huria, Judy, to make the closing remarks. Dr. Huria is Dryland Forestry Officer in the Drylands Program, Global Drylands Program of FAO, and also the Secretary of the COFO, the Committee on Forestry.
No. Yeah, it's working now. So really, really glad to see that we are starting to talk about invasive species and rangelands. And I'm so happy to see that we are bringing different people in the room. Even maybe the room is small, but I think the quality of the work we want to do is important. I would like to acknowledge first the knowledge we have heard here. There is a lot which is done already. We see it. We have scientists, policymakers, communities, regional bodies represented here. So it's really important to start working together. Before I continue my closing remarks, I want to bring something very specific on the drylands. And because I work on drylands, and here is an example from Mali I would like to show you. And what are invasive species doing to water? And what are invasive species doing to pastoralists using the water? What you see here is a lake called the Lake Fagibin, which I have to say, and this is very sad to say that, which was the northest lake in Africa. And what you see here is the lake is in 78, and here it was in the 90s when it was completely disappeared and replaced by prosopis. This created the biggest conflict in northern Mali, which we experienced because pastoralists didn't have water anymore. So for the drylands, this is really important because the invasive species are linked really with the water and then with the conflict they create because people don't have water. But I don't want to finish with this very kind of big, not good story. What happens there actually, and that's why I have the charcoal picture there, is that because of the change which happens in the lake, women from a very poor woman who didn't have any income before started doing charcoal from the prosopis. And it turned out the charcoal from prosopis is really important and good quality, and people were buying it. So what happened here is because of the prosopis, the poorest women became actually the ones who had income in the community. So the change in the landscape created the change in social structures. And this is where I want to go in our discussion today. How can we actually look at the issues we have, but also look at the solutions? And today I'm coming here to also speak a little bit about, Okay. So in FAO, from the Forestry Division, I would like to invite you all today. I'm coming with an invitation to create a partnership on invasive species together to address all these issues we are having. And from FAO, what I bring today is I bring particularly the policy level. And one of them is the COFO working on dryland forest and agro-silvopastoral system, which is a group of almost 80 countries dealing with the issues of dryland forest. And here invasive species is important. Many of you mentioned we are lacking policy, we are lacking harmonization among countries, we are lacking collaboration. And this COFO working group can be a space where we can think together how we engage with policies. I mean, when I saw your numbers, I was so amazed to see your numbers actually, Arne, because I was looking for numbers to build this case for countries. So we need to bring these stories you have to the countries and see how we can take them together. We have also regional forest invasive species networks. We have 5 of them. And those 5 are about 100 countries involved. And here also we can build all the knowledge we have here, trying to bring it to the policy level. And then we had also Dryland Sustainable Landscape Impact Program, DSLP, where Botswana is a part of, also IUCN is a part of it, where we have already good practices in managing invasive species developed in some countries, which we can bring further to other countries. I think this really being aware of the problem, but also coming with solution is super important. So what could this partnership do? And I'm listening to all of you, what you are saying, and maybe, this is really just an invitation. This is something we can think about together, because invasive species, no one can manage them alone, and because they don't have borders, and because this is something which is going really transboundary, we need something together. Nobody can solve it alone. We could connect countries facing similar problems. We could accelerate South-South learning, build on existing regional networks, as I said, build solid evidence, because everyone who spoke here said, we don't have data, the countries don't have data. You mentioned you don't have data. How are you going to act without having strong evidence? Bring science together with pastoralists and indigenous peoples, because they are the ones who are there. We could have, I was thinking of something like citizen science, where people in the ground can follow the evolution of the invasive species. That would be something we could do immediately, actually. And we could use or talk and speak with indigenous peoples and local communities and make them, work with us to manage this problem. We could also move from reaction to prevention through early detection and management, and also link the actions to restorations, as a few of you have said. But I agree I don't remember exactly who said that, but we cannot keep saying, okay, we are going to restore. We need to protect, because restoration, I think it was Jeff, restoration is very, very expensive, and it is not it's not possible in many places. So the first action we need to do is to protect what we have already, and then think about, how we can restore. So I will leave you with this invitation, and I hope that we can continue this discussion and we build something together, that for the next COP, UNCCD COP, we will have something on invasive species. Thank you very much.
This is busiest lady, I'm sure. Yeah, let's get a moment. Happy to see you again, people. Me too. Yeah, because it's really nice. Yeah. Yeah. Like South Africa, PepsiCo helped to clear the land around the rivers because they wanted to reduce their water footprint. Then it allowed the waters. So that's something very tangible as well for private sector. Yeah, let's go very much. And don't forget Friday. Yes, Saturday.
Cheetah to the ministry and they're going to what's the and I think they were very translated. I was asked if they could be used because you know make one like this. So the word Saudi Arabia is quite similar.
We need to protect the place. But we need to figure out.
We're not sure. This was quite interesting. And I think I raised the issue of this. Who makes it taste like it? Makes the sauces. But PhD player. It's not
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. This is the, yeah. The mind helper. What's the title from Nairobi's pandemic? Yes.
It's good. Well, hey, madam, I would like to.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. As we start our session, my name is Walinabo Kabagari, Country Director for IUCN in South Africa. So today we are meeting this afternoon under the UNCCD COP17 here in Mongolia, focusing on restoring land and restoring hope. In this side event, we have brought together and we have the privilege of having the Principal Secretary and the Deputy Minister from South Africa and Kenya to give us a high-level remarks about the Conference of Parties, this COP, and some of the key issues from Africa. We will also have a panel of discussion who will be talking to the key issues, also sharing experiences on different programs and projects that they are busy undertaking in the different parts of Africa. On that note, our discussion will also focus on how we can build a resilient Africa through scaling up sustainable land management, nature-based solution, and also restoring different landscapes. One of the key issues is also touching base on nature-based solution, ecosystem-based adaptation, and also in both Eastern and Southern Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is of paramount importance that in this particular COP, we also touch on the drought issues, which is not a by the way issue, but it's at the center of the agenda for the African people. Without preempting what the ministers are going to be sharing with us, we have seen, and I think it's very key and important that as we look at COP17, we are all looking at these key agenda items, the works that we are doing, and also the main objectives and expected outcomes of this particular COP. Let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary from Zimbabwe in the Ministry of Environment, Climate and Wildlife, Mr. Simon Masanga. Welcome, sir. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to open this session by calling upon the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno from Kenya, to come and deliver his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. The Deputy Minister, Spanish was from South Africa, my colleague, Dr. Linsa Monga, the Regional Air Land Systems Program, Eastern and South African Region, Mr. Kavagali, the Country Director, IUCN South Africa, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to join you today in this timely side event as we discuss what it will truly take to build a resilient Africa. For Kenya, resilience is not merely an aspiration, it is already being put into practice. This is about whether a pastoralist can keep livestock alive through the next drought, or whether a farmer can produce food despite increasingly unpredictable rainfall, and whether healthy ecosystems or landscapes can continue to sustain water, jobs, food security, and economic opportunity. Across Eastern and Southern Africa, our natural capital underpins agriculture, water, energy, tourism, and millions of livelihoods. Yet climate variabilities, land degradation, and biodiversity loss are placing this foundation under increasing pressure. In Kenya, where much of the country is arid and semi-arid, land degradation can be very quickly become a food security, water security, livelihood, and development challenge. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, resilience must mean more than recovering after a crisis. It must mean preparing our landscapes, communities, and economies to withstand shocks before they occur. Kenya is undertaking one of its most ambitious ecosystem restoration efforts through the National Landscapes and Ecosystem Restoration Program to grow 15 billion trees by 2032, alongside restoration of degraded forests, water catchments, and landscapes. In our arid and semi-arid lands, where pastoral communities are at the front line of drought and land degradation, we are supporting rangeland restoration, receding degraded grazing areas, improving grazing management, and community-based natural resource management programs. These interventions, ladies and gentlemen, are aimed at restoring the pasture, protect livestock, strengthen food security, and safeguard household incomes. Kenya is also advancing its land degradation neutrality targets agenda. We have finalized our land degradation neutrality target setting program, TSP 2.0, and are awaiting stakeholder validation. This will strengthen how we identify, monitor, restore degraded land, while integrating restoration into national and county development planning. These experiences, ladies and gentlemen, teaches us one important lesson, that resilience works best when we connect health ecosystems with livelihoods and livestock. A restored rangeland must support the pastoralist. A restored catchment must improve water scarcity and security, and a restored farm must raise productivity and incomes. But if Africa is to move from thousands of successful projects to restoration at the scale of millions of hectares, public resources alone will not be enough. We must bring investment into the landscape. That is why Kenya is placing strong emphasis on the green investment, and it will be hosting the Africa Green Investment Forum later this year. The forum will bring together governments, investors, financial institutions, development partners, and the private sector around investable green opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambition should be clear. We must make restoration investable, resilient, bankable, and sustainable landscapes economically valuable to the communities who protect them. So as we open this session, ladies and gentlemen, I invite us to be ambitious and practical. Let us move beyond discussing what resilience should look like and focus on what it will take to deliver it at scale. Let us connect restoration to livelihoods, science to knowledge, to local knowledge, and ambition to finance. And if we can do that, we will not only restore land, we will restore opportunity, confidence, and hope across Africa. With that, I wish us a bold and practical and action-oriented discussion. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal Secretary. And indeed, we need to move towards an ambitious and a very practical plan or an outcome that will help us in terms of doing work on the ground. We can do a lot of talks, but at the end of the day, if we don't really change the lives of the people, well, you know the saying, you do the same thing the same way for over and over again, and you expect a different results. It's not a good thing. With that said, let me take this opportunity to call upon the Deputy Minister, Ms. Benny Swartz, from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment from South Africa. Over to you, ma'am.
Program Director, Honorable Dr. Engineer Ngeno, Principal Secretary, State Department for Environmental and Climate Change, representatives of IUCN, regional institutions, development partners, and UN agencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a privilege to join you on this important event on building a resilient Africa, scaling land restoration, nature-based solutions, and sustainable landscapes in Eastern and Southern Africa. I thank IUCN and its partners for convening this dialogue at a critical moment. The message before us is clear. Africa cannot build resilient economies and communities on degraded landscapes. Land underpins our food systems, water security, biodiversity, rural economies, and livelihoods of millions of people. Yet climate change, droughts, desertification, and biodiversity loss are placing these systems under increasing pressure. The question is therefore no longer whether we should restore our landscapes, but how quickly, how effectively, and at what scale can we act? Across Eastern and Southern Africa, strong examples of action already exist. Programs such as Twende and Replan in Kenya, Trepa in Rwanda, and Bihari Yetu in Tanzania, Global Environment Facility, Sustainable Land Management Programs in South Africa, Kenya, and Tanzania are also contributing to land restoration, improved rangeland management, stronger governance, and progress towards land degradation neutrality. In South Africa, the GEF is supporting the Sustainable Land Management project in Limpopo and Northern Cape, which places farmers, rangelands, and rural communities at the center of restoration agenda. Through this project, we are addressing triple challenges by improving water security, livelihoods, and capacity building. We are delivering vital infrastructure such as solar-powered boreholes in drought-stricken areas. We started programs with farmers to promote low-cost, high-impact methods, including manure compost application, crop rotation, and agroforestry, and to invest in fodder production, para-veterinary services, and climate-resilient community food gardens. I wish to acknowledge the important support provided by partners, including the European Union CEDA, the International Climate Initiative, the Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund, and other bilateral and multilateral partners. Their contribution has enabled important progress across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment in South Africa has launched the 1 Billion Trees program under the theme, My Tree, My Oxygen, Plant Yours Today. This is an initiative led by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, who directed the ministry to lead the 1 Billion Trees program, aimed at environmental sustainability and resilience for all its settlement areas through the development and management of green and open spaces to mitigate environmental degradation, climate change, and to promote the quality of life. This year alone, we aim to plant 10 million trees in one day on our Heritage Day, which is on the 24th of September 2026, at no cost to government. As Africa, we support regional platforms and landscapes, scale implementations such as forest landscape restoration, SADC Great Green Wall, and many others. They demonstrate that restoration is not only simply about planting trees, but about also restoring ecological functions while strengthening livelihoods and productivity. This is why we support integrated approaches such as Regen Africa under IUCN. Regen Africa connects planet, people, and prosperity. It recognizes that restoration must strengthen ecological systems while also supporting food security, water security, jobs, livelihoods, and long-term economic resilience. We cannot restore wetlands while ignoring the wider catchment. We cannot restore rangelands without considering farmers. We cannot plant trees without ensuring ecological sustainability, survival, and community ownership. Restoration must therefore be about healthy landscapes and stronger communities. Ladies and gentlemen, drought is a global challenge, but its consequences are particularly severe in Africa, where it interacts with poverty, dependence on rain-fed agriculture and livestock, land degradation, limited infrastructure, and constrained access to finance. In many African countries, drought can quickly become a food, water, livelihood, and humanitarian crisis. Recent droughts have demonstrated the scale of this challenge. Millions of people across southern and eastern Africa have required food assistance, while pastoralist communities have faced severe losses of pasture, water, and livestock. These impacts can drive displacement, deepen poverty, and increase competition over already scarce natural resources. That is why drought must remain one of the defining issues at COP17. The global and systematic nature of drought requires a stronger and more coordinated international response under the UNCCD. We must move beyond reacting to drought after it becomes a disaster, and instead invest in preparedness, resilience, early warnings, national drought planning, and anticipatory action. COP17 should therefore do more than reaffirm that drought is worsening. It should establish a clear pathway towards robust global drought instrument that strengthens international cooperation, helps countries prepare for and manage drought risk before they become crises. But any new instrument must also be fair and implementable. It must not simply create additional obligations for vulnerable countries without providing the means to deliver them. It should be supported by predictable finance, technology transfer, capacity building, early warning systems, ecosystem restoration, and practical implementation support, particularly for drought vulnerable developing countries. Ultimately, a global drought instrument must be founded on international solidarity and shared responsibility. The measure of its success will not be the number of commitments we make, but whether countries and communities are better able to anticipate drought, withstand its impacts, and recover with greater resilience. Program Director, as I conclude, we must be clear about what comes next. COP17's focus on restoring land, restoring hope, must translate into stronger cooperation across the Rio Conventions, greater sharing of data and knowledge, stronger science policy linkages, and more integrated implementation at national and regional levels. It must also help shape an ambitious and effective UNCCD strategic framework beyond 2030 that moves us decisively from commitments to measurable action. At the same time, drought demands greater global attention and collective action. We therefore call on all country parties to work together to launch a clear negotiating pathway towards a stronger international drought instrument, whether through a protocol, a global framework, or another agreed mechanism. Such an instrument must strengthen preparedness, early warning resilience, finance technology transfer, and support for the countries and communities most vulnerable to drought. Restoring land must mean restoring livelihoods, resilience, dignity, and hope, and ensuring that no country or community faces the growing drought crisis alone. Ladies and gentlemen, together let us keep restoring land, restoring livelihoods, and restoring hope. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Indeed, we need to move out of COP17 with something that is tangible, and we are ready for. So let's not postpone what we need to do in COP17 to COP18. So what we need to do in COP17 must be achieved in COP17. Having said that, thank you so much. I know our principals will be dashing off to other events. I would like to call for a small moment for a peek, and if you could, and I'll be calling our panel members who will be coming for the next session. So you can stand up. Yeah. Tizu, do you want to join? Please. Oh, Minister Masanga. Minister Masanga, please join the stage. Asazi ukuthi usibongile uthwenzani, and I can see also our colleagues from UNCCD. Catherine, please come through. I'm the only one who's allowed to stand outside here. Thank you so much. Thank you, PS. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you, PS. So as we move to our next phase, let me call upon our panelists. I will start down south, Ms. Bongile Mbela from SADC. We'll have Dr. Guyo Roba. Please join. I'll call Beth Roberts, if they're here from Landesa. I'll call my colleagues from IUCN Simba Mandota and Dr. Elena Simonga. I'm so much tempted to call the UNCCD, but I'm going to leave them out for today. So in this next panel discussion, I think Dr. Tambush, please join the panel. We are not going to leave you out. And those familiar faces in the audience, please, some of the questions will also be sending them back to you. For in case, just get prepared so that you can also be able to participate. Thank you so much. So there are a few questions that I think as part of the panel discussion, we would like you to reflect on and briefly so that we can be able to share some of the experiences, we can be able to unlock what a resilient Africa should look like. What are the opportunities? What are the dynamics that are happening in the Eastern and Southern Africa? So allow me to start with Dr. Guyo. We understand that there are different dynamics in terms of Eastern and Southern Africa. What does land resilience mean in the African context? And in these elements, we would like you to reflect on the Eastern Africa landscape. If there are also examples that you can bring down south, please do reflect on that. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Guyo Roba. I work with the IGAD Center for Pastoral Areas and Livestock Development. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so thank you very much. I think the question you asked is a big one. I work within the dryland and pastoral areas in the Horn of Africa. For me, I will look at resilience from the pastoralist eye. And this is how I'm going to describe it. In a typical pastoral context, people traditionally, before the climate change manifests itself, people bounce back between seasons because there are very few back-to-back drought. So I get opportunity to reconstruct my herd to face the next drought. But now with the back-to-back drought, the herd reconstruction opportunities are diminishing. So it means people who have livestock, who can in reciprocal arrangement give me livestock, are not in a position to give me. So it means that in a household of 100 households, in a village of 100 households, you might have only 10% people who are considered resilient. A resilience we define from ability to recover, ability to face shocks, ability to prepare for the next shock. So in this context, for me, I look at resilience from that ability to bounce back from shocks, ability to reconstruct my herd. And I think land is a critical element. Without healthy rangeland, without facilitated mobility, without supportive system, all these possibilities are diminishing. So in terms of examples from the region, there are many initiatives around landscape restoration. Government are putting deliberate effort in key infrastructural issues that help people to be strategic in facing shocks. So I think this is my quick reaction to the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. This is very important because as you look at it from the different perspective and also ensuring you bring the perspective of a pastoralist, these are some of the key messages that we should be also talking to because this is also the International Year for Pastoralists. Going down south, Ms. Mavimbela, what are we seeing in the SADC region? What can we do in terms of defining this resilient Africa, mainly looking at the SADC region? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Vali. I'm going to focus on local communities, IPLCs, the role that they can play in, or from their perspective, from the SADC perspective, what are the IPLCs saying? So I was fortunate enough to ask them directly to answer to this question, to respond to this question. So whatever I'm saying is not my words. It's directly from the IPLCs. So one of the key things that they insist on is that we must use local knowledge systems. It's very important for them that we strengthen what communities already know, what communities are already doing, what communities are already governing, and to connect that to conventional knowledge and to practices with science and finance and technology and supportive public policy. So communities are concerned that we leave behind indigenous knowledge systems whenever we're making decisions. And it's very important to strengthen that component. Across Southern Africa, IPLCs have demonstrated that land, forests, rangelands, water, biodiversity are not separate sectors. They are all coordinated, they are all interconnected foundations for people's livelihoods, for culture, for food security, and for local economies. Still on local knowledge, the experiences from IPLCs include smallholder farmers, pastoralist communities, like IGAD has mentioned. Pastoral and rangeland systems in SADC are very important. I see my sister from Botswana there. We are very strong on the pastoral communities. Agroforestry initiatives, we have CBNRM. I see my brother from Zimbabwe. It's a very strong system. Marine governance, all these demonstrate that locally led stewardship can simultaneously deliver ecological restoration, livelihood security, and climate resilience. So that is on knowledge systems. But IPLCs or local communities also believe that we need to put communities at the center of development, not at the receiving end. We must treat IPLCs as right owners, as knowledge owners, as implementation partners, rather than beneficiaries of projects, which are designed elsewhere, not even within the communities themselves. This includes policy implications. Governments should institutionalize IPLC's participation from the beginning of policy development and program design. Through implementation, monitoring, evaluation, they must be part of the process and not just merely consulted to tick a box as a decision-making process. From practical strategy, we need to establish IPLC or community-led landscape planning platforms whereby the IPLCs have defined decision-making roles. They must have a particular role or responsibility. And then also in restoration of landscapes, it has been proven that restoration of landscapes as productive systems is what they can promote rather than using that as a conservation project, because a conservation project can come to an end whenever that project elapses. But we need productive systems, and IPLCs are very good in pushing that part. We have seen them, we have experienced them from agroforestry, regenerative agriculture, rangeland management, community-based restoration. IPLCs have shown that ecological recovery can also generate food, can generate fodder, can generate fuel, can generate income, and also ecosystem services. And then lastly, the most critical one, which is very sensitive, is on land tenure rights. We know that land tenure issues are sovereign issues and they vary from country to country, but many IPLCs have managed landscapes through customary institutions. Most of us come from kingdoms and chiefdoms and systems that are operated at community level. And we fail to formally recognize those systems as part of our institutions. But we have seen that they have long-term stewardship and they make our communities better resilient and supported. So resilience cannot be built entirely through centralized government programs. IPLCs have long demonstrated the value of collective rule, customary institutions, social accountability, and locally negotiated resources management. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Mavimbela. You touched on very key pointers and, well, some of the most sensitive issues. The project development that takes place somewhere and it gets imposed to particular communities, the land tenure issues, and obviously the saying that it's not for us if you are developing it without us. So those are some of the key issues that I think we must find ways and approaches and opportunities. Because at this time in point, I know the IUCN has started having conversation with IPLCs. And maybe the question is, how do we enable that conversation? How do we improve that particular conversation, that it doesn't stay as a conversation, but it starts giving us good results? I was also fortunate this morning to join a session that was talking about customary laws, that was talking about indigenous knowledge. As you explain, I'm finding it very similar to the notion of the message that has been sent this morning. But the question is, how do we enable that? We can see what the challenge is. How do we enable that? As I leave that question, I want to move to the other colleagues. Dr. Tambushi, please, can you share with us, adding to what Ms. Mavimbele has spoken to, particularly with local communities, what are some of the opportunities that we need to be tapping into? How can we work with them to explore this resilient Africa, these resilient opportunities, particularly this IPLC, because already now we know where the challenge is. But we also know that ownership is dictating sustainability, productivity, because if you do not have land or you don't have a clear ownership of land, you can't invest in that particular land. So I will head to you for you to share with us some of your inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what my colleague has spoken about is very critical, because land ownership is one of the key aspects that really can push restoration or rather sustainable land management of the rangelands. If you take, for example, what we are currently doing, I take an example of our country, Kenya, where land tenure systems, we have different categories as per our constitution. But the communities, at the end of the day, remains the owners of the land. Therefore, the government needs to invest in these communities by involving the communities, by developing the value chains, which are bankable business models, by bringing in the private sector right from the national planning systems, like the PSR said, at the national level, at the county level, integrating those models into national planning systems. At the same time, trying to look for ways of de-risking the private investment sectors. So that is very critical. And where we have communal land ownership, it's always very important to have sustainable governance structures. Recently, what we are doing, for example, in our project where we are implementing a restoration project under the JEF and IUCN, you'll realize that where project implementation is successful is actually from the places where the communities has taken the ownership and they have integrated both governance from the local communities and also from the policy and legal perspectives. Thank you very much.
I'll still come back to ask the question, how has that been possible? Because this still remains a challenge in many countries where community ownership remains a challenge, because capacity, institutions, coordination becomes a burden to them. But I'll come back to you. Allow me to go down south, and I'm going to call upon Mr. Mandota, who will share with us from the CBA scale project, what are some of the opportunities that we can use and to improve in terms of participation, in terms of local communities, in terms of the different actions. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thanks, Vali, for giving me the opportunity. I think my dear sister here has spoken very well of the issues that are coming from the ground. I was also sent by 100 communities from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Zambia to say what I'm saying now. So through a project that is funded by IKI called Community-Based Adaptation, Scaling Community Actions for Livelihoods and Ecosystems, we are working on having the 3 Rio conventions on the ground with the local communities. So the first message they send me to say is that, tell them that resilience is built from the ground up and not from the top down.
they said, if you say that, you can even end your presentation. So get it very clear. That's what the community is saying. My sister has spoken a lot in terms of what the communities are saying and what we have already learned. And I will not go through some of those. I will then go on to the issue of diversification of livelihoods, which they say it builds resilience. In the communities that we work under CBA scale, we have done very serious vulnerability assessments to look and know what the communities, how they are living and how they want to live. What are the solutions from the ground? So one of the issues they are saying is we need diversified life. We cannot depend on one. And if we depend on one, if we are knocked out, we are not resilient and we go down. So in this case, that's where I think we need to invest a bit of our technical capacity in building issues around sustainable agriculture, value chains based on non-timber forest products, and those livelihoods that are based on nature, because this is the last defense line the communities have. Then they are also saying, I hope men here are not going to be upset by this. They are emphasizing that women, us women and our youth, we are always everywhere. We are doing the larger part of what has to be done. I hope that doesn't imply that us men were not doing a lot. But so they are saying, when you design these programs, design programs that suits women and youth a lot. Yeah. Then there is also a lesson on collective action. They're saying individual actions won't take us far. We need collective actions as communities. So we have to stop selfish actions that supports individuals, but should support communities so that communities stand. Then also there is a lesson on flexibility and adaptability. You cannot be so rigid to say you follow one thing. If it fails, you continue to do it. Let's be flexible. And flexibility is then determined by what the community, how the communities get flexibility from the way they survive. So they say development partners, the governments should now follow their pace to see how they are surviving. So in summary, there are seven points they said, then say to the audience. They say, let's generate evidence together, evidence that is coming from local practice. I think my sister has talked about issues to do with local knowledge. They say, let's generate that evidence together. They say, let's participate in policy formulation processes. We don't want to be told that there is this process, that we have to. So they also said, yeah, we are not coming to the UNCCD, but next time if you want to hear us, we have to be also to be there. And also strengthen the community institutions, that is the local leaderships and the institutions that exist in these communities. They need to be strengthened. They cannot pull up if they are ill communities in terms of their capacity. They also need demonstrations at scale. Now, what we are talking about here has to be demonstrated on the ground, but at scale. We cannot just do things one village and expect them come here, give up good maps and good lessons, but these things are done at very little scale. And also engagement in national and international platforms. They say governments should engage us in national platforms, as well as platforms like like this and other Rio conventions. Then lastly, they say we are also researchers. Let your science come and we do it together and produce. They say, let's co-produce research papers. Thank you. That's the message I was sent with.
I'm very tempted to say we can close now from these messages. Thank you for raising those key pointers, and much more critical to the fact that actions must be done. Now, the responsibility lies on the shoulders of Dr. Monga, whose responsibility is to ensure that we can talk to land systems, we can talk about different projects, we can talk about bringing communities on board. So, Dr. Monga, as IUCN and as the head of land system in the ISARO, how do we respond to this? How do we look at the examples that you already have in terms of nature-based solution, some of these regional programs, and the messages that are coming out from the community? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vali, and good afternoon, everyone. So I think my colleagues have actually raised some very important points. So, and I think you have also asked in response to, submission from Dr. Tampush on how IUCN, these, two projects were able to secure, community support to, support successful implementation of these programs. So I just want to mention that the CBA scale project, but also the Jeff project, which is implemented in Kenya, were actually co-created in collaboration with communities and the governments in these countries where these programs are implemented. And the lessons from that process is that actually communities are aware of all these challenges around, land degradation, climate change, biodiversity losses, et cetera. And they're also aware in terms of, the impact of these, the causes of, degradation, biodiversity losses, and climate change in their areas. But also they are aware of, the impact of, degraded lands, biodiversity losses, et cetera. And more interestingly, they're also aware of, the potential, solutions to really address those, those challenges. So, so what I want to say here is, instead of, us as program developers sit somewhere and develop programs on behalf of communities, we should really actually try to engage communities, co-create programs with communities. And through that process, then these programs will be more relevant to communities. It will also be more relevant to the government. And through that, then we will secure, government commitment, but also, communities commitment. And again, that will increase the chances for these programs to be able to, deliver and achieve expected outcomes. So the bottom line is, the communities should be part of the design phase of different, restoration programs, but also really be involved in the implementation of these programs, et cetera, because there's a lot of, local knowledge and experience from communities that we can borrow through that process, which really can contribute to expected outcomes. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Monga. I know you might be having some burning questions. I want to take one or two. If possible, can we just take this mic? You can go behind me here, if that's possible. Yep. I'll just probably take one or two. Yes, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
I'm a Nigerian. Bola Usman is my name. I'm 70 years old, leading my voice as a faith-based organization to restoration of our soils and ground and earth everywhere.
You can just stand here.
Okay, I'm honored too. I'm honored. I look here, I'm identifying with skin. And I'm proud as a mother from Africa. I only stumbled into this to come and see Sarah from Mr. Stewart. Now I saw my fellow Blacks and I tried to find out where is Nigeria. Don't cut us off, please, because we are suffering what people in Kenya, Namibia, Lumbutu, and part of Africa is suffering. If my take home from here is from Dr. Manga, I appreciate you, and my brother at the end there. What is not for us, without us, is not for us. How can I take home your registration and participation to my children at home? One thing I want to tell this August gathering is application of synthetic fertilizers. No one is looking at it that our land degraded because of foreign imposition of certain chemical fertilizer, which we want to reverse. We do not know that the solution lies on the land that we are tilling by using our manure and ashes in appropriate manner to compete with the technology to reverse the trend of ugliness, of food shortages, insecurity of lives and properties. Please carry me and integrate me as a mother, as a fellow lover of art restoration into this very IUCN. If it is possible, I want to get integrated. And I wish all the generational changers here the best. That now that we are alive, it is our hand that caused this menace. Our hand is now collected and collectively reversing the trend. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm afraid that it's a wrap for us. It shows that it is indeed, we cannot move on without communities taking ownership on this. As I've indicated earlier on, we need indigenous knowledge, citizen science. We need to blend this with the science that we write doctorates with, and then also make sure that we can also take this information back to our communities. Colleagues, join hands, join with me as we clap give our panelists a round of applause for a very interesting session. We would love to engage further on this. However, time is not our side. So thank you so much. Have a lovely afternoon. And yes, indeed, enjoy the COP. Thank you very much.
Usually F5 does that. Now we'll do it. Let me get rid of this. And then later. Yeah. Yep. I usually go up to view. There we go. So then it's just forward or down, either way. Do you want to use it? No. That will not move this.
Oh, there. Yeah. Oh, that is just amazing. Yes. Oh, that is just. And I have those pictures too.
Where is this?
Yes. Yes, look at there we go. So I think that's us. It's cute. Oh, I think I found it on internet. So you get a little giraffe with you, so. Yeah, no, I wanted it back. I thought of. Yeah, because then we'll reduce who we are. Yeah, I think we, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me very well, clear. Good afternoon. Welcome and welcome. Yes, how are you and welcome? We welcome everyone. Very interesting session. You will never regret. This is an amazing, amazing, amazing session. And if you are not seated yet, I welcome you to sit. Come closer, come closer. Those who are seated at the back, please. There are plenty of seats here at the front. Kindly, those who are seated at the back, come forward. Come forward, come forward. Yeah, there are plenty of seats in front. Yes, please, feel free. We want to see you closer. We want to hear you. We want to feel connected. Yes, come, come. There are plenty of seats here. Welcome. Very interesting session. Very interesting. One of a kind. Thank you. Yes. There are plenty of seats here. Feel comfortable. Come closer. Come closer. We don't bite. These cheetahs are only on the photo. We are human beings. We don't bite. Trust us. Please come forward. Thank you. Yeah, they're just there. They're not live, you know, they're just on the photo. We have human beings already. Yeah, so you can imagine. So today's session is very interesting, and it is one of a kind because we are talking about saving the cheetah. Saving the cheetah so that we can save the drylands. And today we will hear from our panelists. Dr. Laurie Marker from Cheetah Conservation Fund,
and Dr. James Danofberg from the Living Desert Zoo and the Gardens. And to take you through and connecting you between the presenters and you, the listeners, is none other than me and I, Ellen Otaro Koidion, your moderator, and I am a UNCCD CSO panel representative for Africa. Now, when we when we hear about cheetah, we hear about the wild animals and also the rangelands, we always think about the people, the herders, the farmers, and then suddenly we're talking about the wildlife. So where is the connection of the human-wildlife coexistence? How are we connected and why do we need it? I would like to invite Dr. Laurie Marker to take us through this topic. And why did you select the cheetah? Why not any other animal? I come from Africa and we have the elephants, the lions, but you prefer the cheetahs. Please, the floor is yours. We need to welcome.
Do you have the clicker? Okay. Let me get on the right slide. How's that? And I think maybe you would have been better doing this. Thank you all for being here. And so much of the conference is about land and people, but on the land with people is wildlife. And it's interesting because we look at the Cheetah Conservation Fund as actually a part of dry land conservation. And the rangelands actually are over 50% of the entire Earth. Africa has a very large amount of rangelands, and much of it has been degraded. But with that, the land is very important, not only for the people, but it also stores our carbon, it holds our water, and it is protecting the cheetah, which protects the systems and the rangelands across. And so it's kind of a concept that when you are a pastoralist or a farmer and you see a predator, you always don't think about coexistence. But our work has been trying to get people engaged in that coexistence process. The wildlife has a very important function because large herbivores and predators really shape these landscapes. And with that, it is our job to try to blend it together more so today than any other time before. The lands that are on the grazing and the grasslands are between 25 to 34% of where all of our carbon is found. And our working rangelands are where the biodiversity is, our food systems, and our climate resilience meet together. So with that, then you put in a top predator, and that's where it becomes a little bit more complex. But the risk that we have with these rangelands being degraded is the fact that about 1/6 of our global world food is at risk, and our carbon sinks are also need to be attended. So the crisis today, the crisis really revolves around the fact that the cheetah, which is an iconic species, is actually threatened. It's lost over 91% of its entire range. There's only 7,000 cheetahs left in the world today. They're found in very small pocketed populations across the African range, with a very small number left in Iran and a small number that has been brought back into India. These animals can come back, but they are in humans' hands. The majority of them are found outside of protected areas. With that, they're in the hands of humans. So working together with the UNCCD, which is working together to restore these rangelands, our story is, can the rangelands be restored at the same time as bringing back a top predator that is very important to the entire ecosystem? Cheetahs are an interesting icon for these arid landscapes because it is one of the largest ranging animals on Earth. They're covering over up to 3,000 square kilometers in their home ranges. And within a home range, underneath it, everything else can also live within it if we get our systems working correctly. So we're looking at free ranging, low density numbers. The cheetah also has a genetic component where it lacks genetic diversity. And the population's being fragmented, and can we work together to make it come back together? So we have a rationale with this. Why the cheetah? Well, we think that there's 5 returns that we want to share with everybody on that of these rangelands, of why protecting one wide-ranging predator is so important. We'll protect the entire system. These large ranges, everything underneath it can be saved. And if we protect the cheetah, these other systems are also going to be kept intact from water, carbon, and also that rest of the biodiversity. We can look at the connectivity, which is very, very important. That big cat corridors are important. They overlap, the cheetah does, with healthy pastoral rangelands, and they are helping map where restoration is most likely to work. Then there's the mobilizing finance. Now, I think the cheetah is very beautiful, and that's not why I got involved in it. I got involved in cheetahs because I found there was a problem, and nobody seemed to know anything about the cheetah, even though they're on Earth for over, with humans on Earth for over 5,000 years, and yet people have forgotten anything about them. But people come to Africa and they want to see wildlife, and they think of the cheetah as an iconic species, the fastest land animal, and yet it is running its most important race, and that's for its own survival. And ecotourism is a very important part of the money that comes into Africa, and a top predator like the cheetah can play an important role, not just in the protected areas, but through the development of conservancies and community-based programs. The cheetah is now becoming a financial link for communities. Of course, there's the cultural value of them. They've been with people for a long time. They're very beautiful, and they do play an important role in the system. And with that, they help increase the biodiversity by allowing all these healthy ecosystems functioning. A top predator, the way the cheetah hunts, is it makes a kill, it eats fast, and then it has to leave most of its prey for everything else. So from the jackals, and if you have a cheetah on your land and the jackals are there, they'll come and eat from the cheetah and not go into your goat yard or your sheep yard. And then everything else eats off of it, from the birds of prey to the small insects and the small mammals. So the biodiversity is very important. So can we save the cheetah? Again, it's in our hands, and it's not going to be the easiest thing to do. And recovery is not really just romantic. We've just worked with India over almost a 20-year period of time to bring the cheetah back. The cheetah now has a foothold in India, and it will come back. And it's a management proposition. Together, we can make the systems work. And recovery, we've learned, is possible. There is a high conservation legacy. Without past conservation, and I started the Cheetah Conservation Fund over 35 years ago, I think that the cheetah might not be where it is today, although it's not where I want it to be. But the amount of work that goes into keeping an animal going when these risks occur takes a long time. Conservation dependability, we need to stop action now, and cheetahs are heading towards regional extinction if we don't change what's going on. And potentially within the next 10 years, we could lose a very large number of the cheetahs that are remaining, only 7,000 left in the world. And then there's a medium aspect that recovery has potential. With well-sustained, scaled-up efforts, which we would like to present and talk about, and meaningful recovery is actually achievable across its range. But a conservation-dependent species with real recovery potential is an investable proposition, not a lost cause. So the alignment, again, cheetahs, Cheetah Conservation Fund, where does it align with all the other compacts that are going on? Well, we have aligned our programs directly with these compacts so that we are working directly across all lines. Our activities deliver across all three of the Rio conventions. And as you can see on the left-hand side, what the CCF activities are versus that of the UNCCD priorities, the CBD and the GBF targets, as well as the UNFCCC goals. And a lot of this really is rangeland habitat restoration, which we're doing, restoring food and wildlife webs, corridors and connectivity, predator-friendly farming practices, conservancies and community-based natural resource management programs, biomass enterprises, and soil carbon monitoring. So we're looking at the land, the water, nature, and climate. So where are cheetahs living today? And we've overlapped this where the livestock and rangelands are, showing again the densities of where the livestock is. And the cheetah is living right in the highest densities of where the livestock is. But you can see where these rangelands are as well. And what we've found is where they overlap, that we're finding that the livestock distribution and land tenure systems are where the rangelands have the strongest case and where we can do the best work. So we're looking at these as we look at the tenure, the drought, the conflict, the degradation, and then the community priorities. And then you put in a top predator and it becomes more complex. So everybody asks me, you work with cheetahs? And I say, yeah, they're at the top of this pyramid, and we deal with everything from the bottom going up. So we've developed a toolkit, and we're trying to develop the toolkit and spread it far and wide to everyone we possibly can to show that solutions have been developed, that we can live in harmony with not only the cheetah, but many of the other predators if we will use parts of these toolkits. We've developed a program called Future Farmers of Africa. Our programs have, at this point in Namibia, we've worked with over 60,000 rural farmers in helping them with the toolkit. I want to say that Namibia, I think, is a leader in conservation because of our community-based programs. But our coexistence program really looks at predator-friendly farming techniques. We've got livestock guarding dogs. We're right next to Turkey over here. Our dogs have come from Turkey originally, where they'd worked for over 5,000 years protecting the livestock from predators. These are old world tools that have been forgotten. We put over 800 dogs out, and we've got over an 80 to 100% reduction of livestock loss where the dogs are working. They are an amazing tool. And donkeys work also to protect against many of our different predators. We've got early warning systems. We've got a One Health education system to work with the people. We work with rangelands, livestock, wildlife management, and that of a predator's role within the system. We found that cheetahs going 70 miles an hour or 110 Ks through the grasslands, and these grasslands have been degraded and thickened thorn bush has taken over in much of Africa. And we were finding cheetahs blinded in the eyes, and they were becoming livestock catching animals. And I ended up finding out that we needed to restore the habitat in order to have areas for grassland so that the cheetah could live and hunt again. The thickened thorn bush has taken over much of the rangeland where the cheetahs are found today. Many of our pastoralists and our herders are complaining about the same problems. This thickened thorn bush has very deep roots. It drinks the underground water. It's a form of desertification. And then with that, I developed a biomass forest stewardship program where we harvest the bush, put people to work selectively harvesting it, and we make a fuel log, which is a high heat, low emission fuel log. We've now gone into developing biomass energy into Namibia, and we are making other alternative aspects using the biomass from biochar, which can really assist keeping the carbon into the local soils. And then developing conservancies. Namibia is famous for our conservancy initiative. We've been working with conservancies for over 35 years, and we've taken our conservancy initiative from Namibia through anywhere that we can in Africa, working closely in Kenya. And I also work in the Horn of Africa, where we've recently developed conservancies there and have developed a CBNRM program. What we're looking at is that cheetahs living outside of these systems, if you can have grass that grows and protect your livestock and have wildlife on the land, a predator isn't a problem. And through the wildlife and a top predator, you can also have ecotourism. And ecotourism then also helps bring in these important revenue streams also into our rural communities. I want to bring you to another system that I think is important, and this is the Ecosystem Stewardship Certificate or Certification. I am part of a Forest Stewardship Council certification program and have been part of this for close to 20 years. And it is a process that we selectively harvest our bush, and with that, our entire organization is certified. Well, after the years that I've worked with predators on the ground and all the people that I work with, I've wondered, why don't we certify good farming practices? And from this, we can develop an international market. We need partnerships in doing this that are going to provide value for healthy landscapes, wildlife coexistence, and responsible livestock production. We can do this. It's not out of our hands. We need a partnership in order to develop. A certification rewards system rewards the practices that keep the dry land ecosystems productive. So we'd be looking at the biodiversity and the wildlife, predator coexistence on the land, rangeland, soil, and waters on the land. We'd be looking at livestock health and the welfare of those animals, people and good governance on the land, managing these areas, and traceable and claims. And with this, a certification program could be put together, and it could be a global system for our rural communities and our wildlife together. The commercial model that I've helped develop really looks at the returns of value and protects the certification integrity. An important thing is that we'd be looking at a certified price premium, where people would be getting a price premium, whether it would be on meat or maybe the wool from their camel or that of their Angora goats, whatever they are processing on the land, if we could do this right and there would be a certified and stewardship incentive, we could actually make our rangelands much more productive for the entire biodiversity of the ecosystem. So I would believe that commercial rules should disclose, those who are going to pay. We need to find these. We need partnerships on it, and how the funds are then calculated. These are all programs that we've already been able to put together. Our program now is to try to find the large enough financing and the large enough partners that are going to actually change the value of our rangelands and the support of our communities throughout the world. Save the cheetah, save the rangelands. Thank you.
That was not loud enough. That was not loud enough. And thank you, Dr. Lori. A beautiful presentation. And I would like now to invite Dr. James Danofberg from the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens. Please, the floor is yours. We heard about the cheetah. Now let us hear the human element to the wildlife. Thank you.
We have a taskmaster as a moderator as well. Appreciate your efforts. Hello, everyone. I am Dr. James Danofberg. I am the Vice President of Conservation at the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens, which is a zoo in Southern California, which sounds very insular, very small. In fact, most of our work is with people in Africa, in Eastern and Southern Africa. We work quite a lot with Grevy's Zebra Trust and many people up in Samburu land, as well as in Namibia with Lori. Our focus in this work is very much on the people. Because if you save the communities, you will save the cheetah. So taking the title that Lori uses and switching it just a little bit, because if the communities feel safe, if the community's livestock is protected, the cheetah will be protected, right? So along those lines, something I'd like to emphasize too is that the cheetah is an important component of biodiversity. It's not the whole of biodiversity, of course. I am an entomologist by training. That's the biodiversity. And the important thing to remember is that when you have more species, of course, you have greater redundancy in every trophic level, right? In every ecosystem function. And so as you have more ecologically redundant species that fill those different niches and serve those different purposes, you get much better ecosystem functioning. Right? Cheetah are an important part of that ecosystem functioning at the terminal level, which then has ramifications down the food web, of course. As a consequence of this, we have a high opportunity for nature-based solutions when we retain the integrity of the ecosystem, the whole of the ecosystem, including the cheetah, but also everything else. And that leads to ecological resilience, both among the ecosystem and the species and the landscape in it, but of course, the people living in it as well. Right? So when we're here talking about climate change and desertification, we can save communities by saving cheetah, but the same is also true in the obverse, right? So as we save communities and save cheetahs, those two things go hand in hand. So much of our work is very much focused on creating community-based, community-led conservation programs, because in our perception, that's the only way that really conservation is successful. We have these important legislative goals here at the UNCCD, very important things, but we have to have the bottom-up support from the communities. And the only way we can do that is by learning from, working with, and engaging those communities in meaningful and significant fashions, right? So the way that we do this is that we think that coexistence pays. So indigenous and nomadic people are the most at risk, of course, from climate change and desertification. So they should really be our foci, right? For the work that we do. And the cheetah lives in those same landscapes. They share those landscapes. Lori had said 80% of cheetah live outside of protected areas. They are living with these nomadic and indigenous peoples. So the people determine the success of our conservation projects. And so therefore the people are not the problem, right? The people are the solution. The indigenous people that are in those areas, the local people who live in those areas, they are the solution to cheetah conservation. If we can engage them correctly and engage them as owners in the projects, with self-determination comes ownership. Bottom-up conservation solutions are most successful. We as conservationists, most of us are conservationists from other places. We don't necessarily come from the places that we work. We should see ourselves as supporters of local people, right? See ourselves as supporters of those indigenous people, of those local communities. So the challenge for most of us here at the IUCN Pavilion, we are IUCN members. We are all, hopefully all of you are IUCN members, an awesome organization that I feel quite blessed to be a part of. We need to learn from the communities, and most of us working in conservation are biologists. We get very anxious when we think about trying to learn from communities. I have to talk to people. I have to engage people. Well, I'm here to offer a couple solutions, a possible way forward. One of the nice things that came out of this last year is that IUCN has engaged us to create a behavior change center, a Center for Species Survival under the SSC, the Species Survival Commission. And I have stickers, more stickers. You have lots of other stickers on your seats as well, and awesome bracelets from Lori. So many presents. We are here for you to give presents. And another present is this. This opportunity for capacity building comes from the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens. We are very grateful. I am very grateful that my organization supports us in this process. We have done trainings in, I'll show you the impact of that in a section, but over 30 countries around the world. We're based out of the zoo, but we have week-long workshops on how to engage with the basics of social science research so that we can learn from our communities. Many of you, how many people are biologists here? In whatever capacity? All right, all y'all are, you know that. You're at the IUCN, for goodness sakes. So as biologists, we can learn how to learn from people. And it's not as intuitive, it's not as easy as you might think, right? Many people say, everyone thinks they can teach. I would add, everyone thinks they can do social science research, and neither are true. You need to know how to teach. You need to know how to engage. You need to know how to properly phrase questions and how to engage with communities. That's one of our core activities at the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens. And I'm here with my colleague, Katie Shaw is somewhere. Oh, she's over there. She and I co-teach these classes everywhere. She's also our photographer du jour too. We also help with data analysis of social science data, which is done a little differently, of course, especially open-ended, more qualitative data, excuse me. We help with behavior change projects and helping to create and evaluate those. And all of these projects are very culturally sensitive. They are led by the people who are in the class. We don't know the answers. The people who are from the communities know the answers, right? So we help to facilitate that process. If you would like to get in touch with us, our email is at the bottom there, behaviorchange@livingdesert.org. You can also send a message to conservation@livingdesert.org. That also goes to us. But we do offer these things for free. These workshops are free. We will come to you. We will do this virtually if that's better for you. This is a process that we've been very, very happy about and have done quite a lot in a lot of places. We've engaged and trained over 700 people from 33 countries in these week-long or so. Every workshop is different. Sometimes 5 days, sometimes more, sometimes less. So this is one of the things of which I am the most proud that I've ever done in my entire life, is being able to work with such amazing people from so many amazing countries. So if you are interested in this, please let us know. And coming back to cheetahs, just to wrap things up, cheetahs are a perfect example of the necessity to engage with people, right? As we said earlier, 80% of them are outside the range of protected areas. So we need to be able to work with people. If you don't work with people when you're working with cheetahs, as CCF has very deftly demonstrated, you will not be successful. You work with people, you will be successful. And Lori has talked about that. So this is an example of one of the social science workshops that we've done just this last April in Otjiwarongo in north central Namibia. Well, I should point out, I have the Namibia flag socks on as well. We had a wonderful time. The classes are quite fun, quite engaging. They are directed by the students, so they are participants. They choose a program that they want to do. We work with them to create an interview guide or a survey so that they can actually implement that project that we develop during that week together. The goal is that on Monday, you come with a general idea of a goal. By the following Monday, you have everything you need. You have a research question, you have clear variables identified, you have a whole survey written and tested, you have a plan for data management, data analysis, and reporting in 5 days. We've done it a lot of times in a great diversity of settings. So to sum up our 2 talks, we have many great opportunities in the call for cheetah conservation, and the call to the larger UNCCD is broad and diverse. We need to recognize wildlife indicators. We need to bridge the gap between wildlife and local communities, right, in a variety of ways. We need to invest in coexistence. Coexistence is the solution for cheetah conservation, and I would say for most terminal carnivore conservation. And of course, we need to anchor it to the goals that we're trying to create here at COP17. Thank you all.
I will now request my 2 panelists to sit and I will join them. And the presentations, once again, can we applaud both panelists? Feel free to sit at the front. And right now, I would like to guide the conversation. I'm opening the questions from the floor before I continue talking to the 2 panelists. So do we have questions from the floor? Raise your hand and I will allow you. Wow, that's interesting. Yes, please continue. I'll be sitting there. Please.
It's of course less than a question, you know. I mean, first of all, Laurie, I want to thank you, because like the first thought that came to my mind when you started speaking was, where would conservation be without people like you? You know, who sort of commit their life to a species, to a certain place, to an ecosystem. So thank you very much. It's remarkable what you have done. The second point is, I think that's really good, you know, that you brought this out, the need for coexistence. Because, you know, I mean, from my experience here, when you watch all what's around here, there's an overall agreement that ecosystems are degraded. There's an overall agreement that there is a need to restore it. But what restoration actually is, I don't really think, you know, I mean, there is an overall agreement. Because, you know, I mean, it's not only that the soil has been degraded, you know, it's also the web of life has been degraded. And, you know, I mean, we know that actually an ecosystem is a pretty complex thing. It's more or less a matrix of interconnected sort of trophic layers, and which some species play a special role, like, for an example, the cheetah. And we have seen in many examples, when you bring back a predator, it has an cascading effect that runs through the entire ecosystem in actually no time at all, nearly. So it's a matter of years. It's not a matter of decades. And that more or less cleans out the ecosystem, and it cleans out the channels where nutrients are sort of moving, where carbon is moving, and so on. So it's directly related to the well-being of communities, not only rural, but also urban. And I think it's an absolute important aspect that you brought up, and I hope it's getting picked up in this conference, that there is a need of coexistence with whoever lives in the area. And that means sort of exactly what the methods that you have been described. People and the livestock, we need to develop methods, you know, I mean, together to live with predators. And there is one other aspect, and that's now closing my question, is there's something for everybody to learn in this. There's also quite a lot to learn for the conservation movement. You know, I mean, it's not only about science, it's about talking with people, and it's about understanding people and taking them serious and talking on the same level with them. And I think that's for the conservation movement to learn. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks for the great presentation. I was just, Laurie, are you familiar with the work that Landmark Foundation has done in South Africa?
And Van Dyke.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because they did trials where they used herders, herding sheep and moving them around the landscape. And after several years, they found that there was a significant loss, an increase in livestock numbers, increase in livestock carrying capacities, decreased loss to predators, increased biodiversity, plant biodiversity. You know, they removed the fences, they did all this sort of stuff. So the herders, getting herders in made a significant impact. But what's happening in much of Africa nowadays, children who used to do the herding in the past now have to go to school. So how do we address that? I mean, how do we bring herding in? Herding in Europe, people herd livestock till they drop dead. But in Africa, that's not seem to be happening.
I think one of the things is that herders are also not considered very valuable. And by putting our livestock guarding dogs out, many of the children get to go to school. But what we've done through our farmer training program is to say that here you are with your livestock, which is your money in your bank, and you're either giving it to a child or you're giving it to somebody that you don't even pay very well. And so we'd like to see herding become something that is well paid for, well respected. I love my livestock and I like to make sure that it's well taken care of. I love my staff, and that's something that you have to pay. And I think that that's something that we don't do. I think that we see people cutting charcoal, and that's subsistence. It's not people who are paid with a real forest stewardship support system. And I think we need to get that out of our mindset. What we've tried to do is we've put a lot of people to work, and we want people to pay taxes and not just be subsistence people. And so it's a mindset change that I think that has to occur. But livestock guarding dogs work well even without people. We like to link a person with the dog and then take care of the livestock. We want, though, less impact on the land, less livestock, healthier livestock. With our farmer training programs, we've seen over 65% increase of health of those animals and less mortality by taking better care of them health-wise through training. But most of the people that are out on the land have never had the opportunity of knowing how to deworm an animal, how to trim its hooves, how to vaccinate, a cold chain for the vaccines. And so when you start teaching people, they then have the opportunity to do what's best. And if you look at the rangeland, and we grow the rangeland, protect our livestock, and have wildlife, you can be much happier because you look out and you see a kudu or an oryx, and you know that your livestock's okay, and you can see a cheetah go through or a jackal, and you know that they're not going to eat your livestock. So it's a systems change that I'm trying to get into everyone's mind, or behavior change, but we need to give the people the tools to do so.
Yeah, it's a great point, Laurie. And your question is a great one and a great point as well. You know, the respect that is afforded to herders needs to be escalated, right? We work in Mongolia here as well. We work in a national park called Iknart Nature Reserve. Amazing place. You should come visit it. South Central and Dorngobi province. And one of the things that I love about Mongolia, which I think is sadly falling behind in Africa, is the respect for the herders. You know, Mongolia has herders as a core part of its culture. About a third of the country still are nomadic herders. You know, so that is still a very strongly respected culture. And many of the aspects of culture that we've seen performed, singing, dancing, those come from those herder communities, you know. So a cultural shift in Africa to elevate the respect for herding as a lifestyle choice would be a great way to go forward. Yeah, that needs to come from Africa. Yeah.
We have a model farm where we bring people in from around. They've come from around the world. We've primarily focused on Cheetah Range country folks. so that they could actually see what we're doing and realize that you can do the same thing in your own country. But it really is about showing people what can be done. But people need respect, and they all want to have a salary and self-respect. And, you know, being a good farmer doesn't mean you have to be poor. And you can be the best there is and take care of your livestock and your rangeland. And I will spend my days out in the bush all the time, even at my age. I would much rather be out in the bush than I would in the city. And so I would like everybody else who'd like to be there to be able to enjoy and do it with respect and with respect for their entire families.
There is another hand. Yeah, I can see two hands. Yes, please. Your question, and then I'll come back. I'll come to the lady in the back.
Thank you. Laurie and James, excellent presentation. I come from India, and actually we are working with Madhya Pradesh Forest Department. We are partners with them. The day cheetahs were introduced in India. So we are working on this social aspect. We are actually working with the local communities around Kuno National Park and trying to see if we can establish some kind of a coexistence, because cheetahs, their few generations have never seen cheetahs in India. So now they are quite excited, at the same time quite worried. Now what has happened is Kuno is a small park when we compare with African rangelands. You know, it's about 700 square kilometers. And there are many cheetahs who move out of Kuno in open areas where the only prey available is possibly the livestock. And so they are preying on, cattle and then sheep and goat. Now my question is, in wilderness, okay, they have to hunt, they have to go for the sprint multiple times, sometimes unsuccessful. They spend their energies. While they're killing the livestock, it's about few seconds and the livestock is down. There is no running involved. So will that affect, or has it started affecting their physiology and the behavior of the cheetahs in the wild? So how to deal with this in the long term? Because even in case of tigers, we have seen that tigers are preying on the livestock on a very large scale, and those tigers are showing signs of obesity. So this is a worry that I have.
Yeah, we don't want them on livestock. And the numbers there have been minimal. And India did a great job when they got started, as they worked with the communities around Kuno. And they actually have rangers, which in each one of the villages, that have been sensitized and educated. They probably need more education because they still see a predator and they're afraid. A child this size can chase a cheetah away from anything. They are the biggest chicken on earth. All you have to do is yell at them and they run away. And so when they come into the village, we've asked people to bang pans. We do the same thing in Africa, and they will go away. And so ideally, though, in India, what the government would like is to have them living outside of the protected areas. I don't know if you know this, because they are an animal that can be living with people. The people need to protect their livestock. And what we have done, and I'm going to say everyone in the world, and I travel everywhere on human-wildlife conflict, coexistence, is that we have forgotten that we play a role and a responsibility to take care of our livestock. We put it out on the land, and then a predator comes, and then it's the government's problem. It's a conservationist problem, where really, I always ask, well, this happened at the scene of the crime. What role do you think you played? Could you have done anything? And then all of a sudden the farmers go, oh, well, yeah, maybe I should have closed my gate at night. Maybe I should have put my small stock into a corral. Maybe I should have fixed the hole in my fence. And what many of the farmers expect is that conservationists come and fix their fence for them. Well, I fix my own fence, and I can teach any man or any woman, if they want to, how to use pliers. And I do that in Namibia, and the young men laugh because I have gray hair, and they wonder, why is this old lady out there helping fix fences? And I said, because you're young, and I don't think you've ever even learned how to use a plier. I can teach you. So I can teach a lot of different things along those lines. So we play a role in all of this, but we don't want predators to eat livestock. It changes the basic biology of the predator. A predator's role is to help maintain the wildlife species that they have been evolved with. And so it's going to take time in India, but the cheetahs that we've given you were not eating livestock. I'd ask our Indian friends to protect their livestock better. And if I can come and help you, maybe I can.
Yeah, I've seen Lori working a plier. She's very good. You know, something that I think the Indian situation really highlights well, but that is relevant to all of Africa as well, is that there have been losses of historical knowledge of how to coexist with wildlife, whether that's due to colonialism, decolonialization, industrialization, urbanization, whatever it is, fencing. So people have forgotten the old ways that really do work in those places, you know? And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take many years. It certainly doesn't take more than a generation to lose that knowledge, you know? And that's one of the things that when we do our workshops, or really when we do our research with the communities, it's that pulling out the information from the elders who have that knowledge, you know, centralizing it and then sharing it with everyone. That's how we maintain that and bring back knowledge that's lost, you know? Otherwise, it is just like, somebody else fix this. This isn't, I don't know how to, this is you, fix this. Like, no, this is us. Your ancestors knew how to coexist with many more wildlife than are here now. No matter where you is, where you are, right? Globally, us in the United States as well. We knew how to live with wolves and mountain lions. We just have so many fewer. We see them so infrequently. We don't know how to coexist. It's a global problem. We just need to learn, and especially learn from our elders who know the things.
Thank you. I would like to give room to you.
Thank you for the great presentation. My name is Irina from Madagascar. I'm teaching at the University of Mazanga in Madagascar, and I've been carrying a few conservation projects. So my question is about the community-led conservation in a whole, not only on cheetahs. So based on my experience in Madagascar, local community only agree in front of you often. Yes, but when you leave, they continue their daily life. So they are not agreed at all about the conservation. So how did you convince them to preserve the biodiversity? And second, I'm
Madagascar for a long time, so we will absolutely talk. It's a great question. The only way, in my opinion, to really make a project desirable for a community so that they will continue it into the future is for them to determine what the project is, right? They know what the priorities are. They know what the things are that they want to have serviced, met, needs, whatever the situation is, what they have the capacity to work on, right? They should determine it. That's why it's community-led, right? We as conservationists from wherever we come from, we support those decisions and those priorities of the indigenous people, of the local communities, because they know what will work. They know what they will be willing to do for certain, right? So if you come in from outside in a top-down approach, which we've all done, and say, this is the best solution, you should do this. They're like, thank you very much. Thank you for the coffee, go away. You know, what we really want is for them to say, this is what we should do. And you say, okay, how can we help? right? Then when you go away, it's their project. They will own it. And I think that's something that CCF does really well as well. You want to talk a little bit to that?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. You have a question? I think, yeah. Okay, one last question before we wrap up. Thank you.
Sorry, Laurie, I might have missed it. Have you ever considered certification of products from farmers that are farming with wildlife?
Well, that's what I just talked about, which was the ecosystem stewardship program.
Yeah, because they've tried it in South Africa, so marketing the meat under different
Right.
labels,
All work together on it, but
and it hasn't worked.
well, because you have to, because if it's predator friendly meat, that's one thing. I want an ecosystem stewardship program. And I think that we're now starting to look at this. We're seeing some of it starting to work. And I believe that we can make that maybe more important than just the meat side of it. I mean, I think that there are a variety of other products that are on the land that our communities could benefit from if we had a ecosystem that was functioning again. And that's what I would like to see, is these functioning ecosystems. And I would like to see a top predator within them. And that would even make the system even healthier, greater biodiversity. But from that, not just saying it's beef, because beef is limited, in my opinion. So anyone who has ideas, I'm going to try really hard to try to get this stewardship program underway.
Thank you, Dr. Laurie, and thank you, Dr. James. Can we give them a very, very good, I don't want to say round of applause, I would rather say appreciation. A wealth of experience, wealth of information, and we're learning a lot today. We're learning about coexistence, and it is, I would say, a lifelong not generation, but as long as this universe exists, coexistence exists. It's just that we forgot how to coexist. Or maybe we don't want to think about coexistence, but it exists always. And we need to go back. This is what we're learning. We need to go back to what happened before the development and the current, we say the modern person, the modern human being destroyed what was there generations, many generations away in the past. We're also learning about community engagement. We're learning about community-led activities. I'm also hearing here the issues, how do we do it? The engaging of community, teaching the community, but maybe also learning from the community so that we can take their knowledge and share it elsewhere. I'm hearing here about India, America, USA, California, and Africa, specifically Namibia and other regions. So that means in South Africa, we mentioned here, and we're discussing more or less the same thing. And it is very interesting that even the cultural aspect of it is brought into this conversation. And regardless of the rangelands, regardless of the people, we remain with one key thematic area, is that we need each other. Rangelands are important. Conserving cheetah means conserving rangelands, and that equals to our improved livelihoods financially, but also economically, as well as skill-wise, because by taking care of, the herds, the cheetah, we're also learning new skills, and we're listening to the fact that intergenerational knowledge is very important. Therefore, as we conclude this session and have a key takeaways, I would like to ask Dr. Laurie and Dr. James, both of you, the same question. Now that the delegates are here, we're here at the IUCN Pavilion, we have shared information, but what would you like the delegates to remember? Exactly one thing from this room. Yeah, what should it be after all this wide, discussion? So what would you like them to take away with them? So Dr. Laurie or Dr. James, who would like to start first?
Well, I've been nominated to go first. So for me, as is clear as I've said already, Indigenous people and local communities need to lead our conservation projects. We need to be supporters. We need to be advocates. We can help bring new technology and new ideas, but in the end, it is the community that determines the lead. And if you're a biologist, contact us. We would love to help build those skills among you all and how to engage with and learn from local people. Thank you for your time today.
Yeah, Dr. Laurie, thank you.
Well, I wanted you to go first because you're a behavior change person. And I believe that the world needs to change our behavior. My life has been around cheetahs, and my motto is save the cheetah and change the world. And the world has to change, or we're not going to have not only the cheetah, but every other aspect of life on Earth that we live and allows us to live. And we have to change behavior now. And it's not just with our rural communities. It has to also be with our businesses. It has to be with our consumers. And we have to try to bring it all together and get it right. And we have to do it in a very, very short period of time. So work hard, play hard, save the world together. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And the closing remark from me, your moderator, is whatever we heard here today, the change begins with me. You were present here at the IUCN Pavilion. You heard everything that it takes to conserve nature, to conserve cheetah for the rangelands and for the benefit of the human nature and the human life. Therefore, it begins with, I want to hear it. It begins with
me.
Aha. So when you walk out of this place today, remember, it begins with me. What are you going to do to make this world a better place? Thank you. Thank you. Once again, we appreciate our two panelists. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Al.
Thank you.